guys, come in. Let me see if I can't hook into something and at the same time tell an emergency medicine story. 28 people, come in. Awesome, come in, come in. Don't forget the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up. The least I can ask, at least like it before you skip. Come in, people, come in, come in. Come on in. Sure. What was the biggest fish you ever caught? Freshwater or saltwater? Or both? Because saltwater can get huge. Well, I haven't caught anything super huge, but the largest fish freshwater is a largemouth bass, and that was, I'm trying to think, anything bigger than a bass? No. 6 pounds, 12 and a quarter. And then saltwater was probably a halibut, and I don't know how much it was. It was when I was younger with my brother. Yeah, I would say that was probably, the largest would have been a halibut. Okay, hold on. I'm getting technical difficulties here. Backlash on this new spool here. I got to figure out the settings here before I screw myself. Sorry, I'm not reading your answer or your comment here. Hold, give me a second. I just encountered a rat's nest here. Hold on. Okay. Good to go. Saltwater, yeah, that would have been a halibut. Again, I don't know the length or the weight. It was when I was younger, but it was definitely bigger. Oh, you know what? Freshwater, I caught 2 grass, what are they called again? Oh my gosh, I got lost for words. There was 2 8-pounder out of this freshwater pond. They call it a lake, but it's a pond. Carp, grass carp. I didn't weigh them, but I can tell you from my experience with fish, you know, this was probably in the 8-pound range. That was an interesting way I caught that. It was innovative, I guess you could say. I'll tell that story. Kind of fish, shim, I'll call you shim. Here in this lake is largemouth bass, chain pickerel, and a yellow perch. I'm after the bass. There's some 5+ pound bass in this lake. I've caught quite a few of them, so that's what keeps bringing me back to this particular body of water. So that's what I'm hunting, are the largemouth bass. Give me a second here. Okay. That's better. All right. I think I'm good to go. Where are you coming from there? ST, Star, I'll call you Star, and Shim. Who else is in there? Antonio, are you still there? Where are you guys coming from? What part of the United States or what part of the world? I'm actually in a lull of the time of day to be catching anything, but I came out here kind of twofold, to fish and to live stream. So while I'm not catching anything, I can chat with you guys, which will take up most of my time, because as you know, there's a lot of downtime in live fishing, or there can be. Anybody else out there? Looks like only 3 people watching. Is that you guys? You guys came and left? Did you hit the like? It looks like I got 2 likes. So I'm going to say you guys haven't hit the like button yet. Unless it's not populating all of the likes. Anybody? Anybody out there still? Or did everybody take off? Nobody out there. Hello, hello. 2 people. 2 people watching. Stop. Don't skip. Come back. Come back. I'll entertain you, guaranteed. May not be with the fishing, but I can tell some stories that'll keep your interest. Come in. Hey, what's going on? Bang. Which bang is that? There's 2 of you. You're the one in or from Kabangkalan. Do you know the other bang from Negros? I mean, not Negros. That's you. From the Norte and Sur over there in Mindanao. Why am I lost for words today? Zamboanga del Norte. I think she's in Norte. Ah, awesome. Shivani, you're back. Talaga. Tinood. Tuod. Yeah, she's got the same name. Bang. Shivani, you're always saying that. Why the neck gaiter? Well, the neck gaiter is protect me from the sun, just 20 SPF, 50 SPF, and the bugs. And it keeps me cooler, actually, than without. So you just woke up. I know, Shivani, I'm typically in blue. Not always. I got an orange or a, what is that, like a day glow orange. No, it's a pastel, like a pastel orange. And blue, white. The other shirt I have is white. Yeah. And there's a gray, the light gray that I wear also. And you're also wearing blue. Hoorah. Bang, are you there? You must just, no, it's, sorry, it's 3:30 in the morning. Oh my gosh, you're up. That's right, you're staying like vampire hours. Now watch me get a pickerel over here. This is typical pickerel territory. So we'll see what trouble I can get into over here with pickerel. Shivani, you're in India, right? Or are you in Bombay, or whereabouts are you? Tamil Nadu. You know, there's a Tamil outside of Kathmandu in Nepal. Tamil is the, I believe, the town, or what do they call it, A village? No, it's not a village. City? I don't know if it's actually big enough for a city. Tamil is where I stayed when I was in Kathmandu. There in 1986, I believe. Yep. Chennai City. Gotcha. And how old are you, Shivani? You're a guy or a girl? You were born in 2004. Oh, so you're a year older than my son. Did you turn 22 this year? Yep. No, wait a minute. If you're 26, you weren't born in 2004. Oh, that's Julio. Gotcha. Yeah, you were born 2004. My son was born 2005. Yeah. Oh, you're a girl. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, my son actually, I don't know if he's still online, but he was helping me with the audio here just a moment ago. His username on here is, what is it? Starts with an X. What was it? Let me scroll back here. I don't even know the name. He doesn't use it very much. A Xylar. XYLAR. If he's on, you'll know he's on if you see that name. Oh, my wife, are you still there, by the way? Wife, I'm gonna call you wife. That little piece of plastic that I found in the house, it was kind of sticky with adhesive on one side. I found out what it is. It comes off of my phone holder right here in front of me. The one side is missing the plastic covering, and it's just got adhesive kind of sticking all over the place. So if you can find that, hang on to it, because I know where it goes now. Your mom was born in 85. Gotcha. Well, I was in Kathmandu a year after your mom was born. I was 24 years old then. So your mom must be about 40. Yep. Yep, 41. She turned 41 this year. I'll be turning 64 in August. Yeah. Here, I can pull this down. There. That's my mug. That's my ears getting sunburned by the sun. Anybody out there other than Shivani? Julio, where'd you go, bro? And where are you located, Julio? Julio Gonzalez. Your brother, he was born 2009. Gotcha. So he's like 17, right? Or he'll be 17 this year. I got to get this up over my face here. There we go. Yep. Are you the eldest, Shivani? Are you in the medical field by any chance? You're the elder, okay. Or any of your family in the medical field? Or are you studying in the medical field by any chance? I'm retired, Shivani. I was a former paramedic, and I worked in the Navy part-time as a corpsman, a Navy corpsman, or a Navy medic. And my spouse is a nurse, a registered nurse. Oh, civil architecture, cool. You know, I pursued architecture in junior high school, and I walked away from it. And of course I kicked myself because that would have been a great profession. But I was interested in it. It fit me at the time. In the same field as your dad. Nice. How about you? What are you interested in? God, what is BCom? Sorry. Is that become or is abbreviation for? Business communication auditing? Ah, gotcha. So tell me, what does that work entail or encompass? Ah, Bachelor of Commerce. Gotcha. Gotcha. Jeg. I'll call you Jeg. Let me clarify for you, just for clarification. I'm not a doctor. The doc is a nickname that the United States Marine Corps call their medics. Their medical support is the United States Navy. So Navy medics are called corpsmen, C-O-R-P-S-M-A-N, corpsmen. When the Marines, Navy corpsmen work together with the United States Marines. They wear their uniform out in the field, so you may not know that you're looking at a Navy corpsman unless you see the emblem on their uniform somewhere, on their hat, their cover. So when they want our attention, they yell, "Hey Doc." You know, it doesn't matter if you're a doctor or not. It's just a name to get our attention. Doc. In the Army, they yell medic. Medic. So I provided medical support for the United States Marines in 2004, 2005, over in Iraq. So I use that name here online. Thank you, Shivani. Thank you. So now you know, Jeg. Where are you, Jeg? What part of the world? Are you here in the States or? Hold on. Okay, Shivani. Uh, THE. Where is that? I'm in New Jersey, USA. 2 hours south of New York City. Now I see kind of a Chinese symbol before your jag. Is that somewhere in China? Or is that a Korean symbol? Now you're saying California. What the heck? Well, Jag, I'm a San Diego boy, born and raised, now living in New Jersey. Don't ask. Whereabouts in California? Been there, done that for years and years. All right, Jag. Later, brother. I'm assuming you're a guy. Oh, don't forget to like, Jag, if you're still there. And it looks like Shivani had to leave. Nobody else in the house. 3 people? Got 3 people? Well, nothing's interested in this crankbait. It's just a orange and black with a 1 single treble hook on the tail. Medium depth KVD, I guess is the brand. All right, let's see here. Time to change location. Who do we got? Minnesota. Paul. What's up, Paul? It's got to be pretty in Minnesota by now, right? Pretty springtime. It's definitely gorgeous here in New Jersey. Uh-oh. Got technical difficulties here. So, oops, because my battery wasn't shut. Imagine that. Sorry, I'm Okay, how about now? We're good? Good to go. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Think I'm good. And meanwhile, I have a USB charger, so I'm going to charge. I think what I'm always trying to speculate what's happening, but what is happening is when I have this little rabbit's foot, I'll call it, the fluffy, on the microphone, and I put it on the charging station, it doesn't make complete contact with the contacts in there. So I need to start taking this thing off when I'm charging it. And I had it charged all night, and so obviously it didn't charge. So this microphone I'm gonna be suspect about as well. See how long that thing lasts. Okay. Okay, back in business, exactly. That's my spouse. Now I don't know if, you know what, I got a lighting problem. And lighting looks like it's all the way up. Yep, I got all the light all the way up. So I wonder if this is on battery saver. I think it is. Hold on. Let's see here. See. All right. Sorry about that. I was looking for the battery saver mode and I didn't see it. It looks like I'm on full brightness, but the way I'm seeing it right now, it's dark. So I think it's on adaptive brightness because there is, now you're saying no sound again. No sound? Jeff, no, there's sound. Tell me if I got sound there, bro. I left the live stream is why I had no sound. Do I have sound now? Yes or no? Okay, good. Thank you. So Jeff, I asked you before if you're still working, and you said something like that's classified, and I'm like, huh? That kind of is a red flag there when someone says that. Yeah, it's not classified. When is whether or not somebody is working is classified? Sorry, but it just doesn't jive. Educate me. Whereabouts are you again, Jeff? you're down, I know I've asked this so many times. Where are you? Back in Arizona? Are you the Arizona resident? Or so it's not classified, it's just if you choose to share it with somebody or not. So a figure of speech, is that what you're saying? Frogs, winner. You know, I've tried frogs here in the recent past. Didn't get any result. They were striking at it, but didn't get any hookups. I'm just going to eliminate. The microphone because I have a feeling these things never charged, and this one's dying as well. So I'm not even going to try to troubleshoot. I'm just going to eliminate and plug them in and charge them, and use the microphone on the phone. You can hear me okay now, Shivani? You can hear me now? Okay, thank you. It may not be as clear as the external mic, but for now I'm going to eliminate it. So much for that. Let's see, what's my battery on my phone? Thanks for all the likes, guys. 85. Okay, I'm good to go. I'll have to keep an eye on that. All right. When in doubt, punt. So you might hear some wind, you know, some background noise, but you may not hear me as clear either. Okay. Shivani, I got enough moderators in the house. Unless you're growing your channel. I don't know if you're an active YouTuber. Okay, Jeff. Yeah, saying, as far as being a moderator, you know, I don't need any help with moderating, but thanks for asking. Are those fish symbols or are those turtles? No problem, Shivani. Let's see. I was going to change locations, but now that I have another bait, I might as well see what this produces in the same area that I'm at here. You know what? I am going to relocate a little bit here. Just kind of adjust myself over to the left. All right, this line right here has been productive before in the past. So let's see if this excites any activity here. I wish I had my mic on. That way you don't have to I don't have to worry about speaking up or projecting. You know, I can, wherever I'm facing, I can just talk. But maybe after these hearing aids, these microphone buds will charge, I can use them again. Nada. All right. Do I put myself out in the middle of the lily pads? Like literally just work my way out into the muck and just plant myself in the middle of the lily pad? Or it's something I haven't done, that's why I'm asking out loud here. You know what? I see a thicker patch of lily pads over there in the middle of the lily pads. So it's a little subtle difference between one area and the other. So why not, right? What's it gonna hurt other than a little bit of manual labor to paddle out there? Hold on. Let's do it. Stop the motor. See if the oh, perfect. Okay. Propellers up. Transducers up. You know, I was saying, I think last live stream, I have my my eyeballs on this particular model of kayak. There's nothing really wrong with the one I'm in. You know, it has its few little flaws that it's developed over 7 years, but I've fixed them, and you know, it's not sinking or taking on water. But I got to look in to see if I was ever in the market of replacing a kayak. What kayak, would I lean towards? And so I started that process. And I've been going back and forth and, just looking for something that has what I have now. Now, what I have is a do-it-yourself project. I had to start from bare bones and add pretty much everything that's on this. So what is out there that has, what I have already, and or that I can transfer what I have over to that, and just modify it. And I found one that sounds like if I were to replace this, it would be the one. it's got some, modern design to it that, okay, I'm here at that spot where the lily pads have kind of perked up above all the rest of them, and they formed like a little garden of them, higher profile. So I'm gonna just hang out here, use my shallow water anchor. This is what a shallow water anchor, it's a big 8-foot pole with a handle on the end. Okay, big old 8-foot sharp, or pointy I should say, pole. It's got a anchor line attached to it, and it's attached to my boat via a cleat, and it runs itself through a trolley, anchor trolley. What is a trolley? Well, you can picture like a ski trolley, it goes up and down a mountain, or any car or object pulley system that goes from one end to the other. Well, in this case, the trolley goes along the beam or the side of my boat. In this instance, the starboard side, the right side. And it's got a line that is attached, a pulley line, a two-way pulley line, attached to a pulley over on the bow, a pulley back here on the stern, and it operates like a trolley. You pull one, the other one goes in, out, like this. Well, you can adjust the anchor line up to your bow by pulling the pulley up to the pulley line up to your bow, or you can go the opposite way and pull the anchor line back here to the stern. So when the wind blows, it positions your boat differently. It positions your boat bow into the wind or stern into the wind. Or you can go halfway up the rail, the beam, that's the side of the boat. You can go halfway and position the anchor line right smack in the middle, and the wind will blow it perpendicular and keep your boat perpendicular to the wind. So you can position your boat any way you want, any position, any direction. So why not use my trolling motor for that? Because this is lily pads, as you can see everywhere, and the propeller will not spin without getting stuck in this mess. So I have to resort to another option. These are the types of things that I was looking for, on the other kayak. Does it have a trolley anchor built in already? And apparently I don't think it does. Something I'd have to transfer this over to that, etc., etc. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, where do I want the wind's blowing at me right now, right smack in my chest. So I'm going to position this anchor line up to the bow, and that way, when the wind blows my kayak, it'll blow my butt end in the direction of the wind. It'll keep my nose, the bow, into the wind. Okay, now the wind just changed. Now it's blowing off to this side. Okay, anyway. So anchor trolley is attached to your anchor. And it doesn't have to be a shallow water anchor pole like I have. It could be something that, they call it what do they call it? The one that goes to the bottom of the body of water. Oh, there's the area that I was eyeballing. I'm throwing it over there to see if there's any life in this thicker patch of lily pads. See if anything What's that? Did I just hear something? Like a splash. There's beaver out here now. I saw a few of them already. Their heads pop up and then they swim away and they splash their tail at you. Sorry, I didn't read anything. Catching anything, Doc? Duck it. Nothing. No, it's wrong time of the day, as you can see. It's getting later. It's 4 o'clock now. 6 o'clock is the bell starts to ring. for the fish to start biting. I got here just because I needed to get out of the house, and I decided I'm going to live stream, whether I'm catching fish or not. Give me something to do. Somebody to talk to. The wife, I pleaded with the wife to come out. She's probably listening right now. And she didn't want to. So I decided, okay, I can talk to the live stream. Okay, this is not producing anything. I'm just dragging. This bait doesn't do anything but stop right on top of the water because of the lily pads. So everything's top water, with the occasional little openings where the bait will sink a little bit down into the open spot. And then you just crank it and it comes back up to the surface and just slides across the top of the lily pads. So I'm just looking for that creature that's hiding right up there at the top. And when this thing slides by him, it'll pounce. That's the hope, or the desire. There we go. Here. I'm gonna go off on a tangent here in a second. I catch myself now when I say hope, because I've learned the true definition of hope, and it's not applicable for every circumstance like we use it. We freely use it today. Like I was about to say, that's what I hope for. No, I don't. I desire, or I wish, but I can't hope for it. Did any of you out there already hear the explanation behind that? I'm right next to an airport, so F-16 squadron is based out of here, and the international traffic. The biggest is the banana airline. What is it called again, honey? Spirit Airlines. But we got the Coast Guard helicopters coming and going. We got military CH-60s. We got big old CH-53s. I've seen it all. The president's airplane will land here when he did his speech down in Wildwood, New Jersey, during his for this election, during his campaign this time. Blessed Dobie. What's up, Blessed? It is 4:17 p.m., 16:17 military or 24-hour time. 16:17. Okay, nothing over here in that patch. Well, now that I'm here, I'm gonna have to at least start fanning my cast, right? Start rotating around like a clock and just see what's out here. That would be the next, without wasting my time, right? Oh, okay, I'm getting stuck here. I think my hook is exposed here. Hold on. And it is not. How about you? What time is it there, Bless? Oh, I'm about to tell the dissect and define the word hope for you guys. And this is all scripturally backed, based on in the beginning God created, where this definition comes from. Right? And the reason behind that is the origin of everything, right? The origin of this earth, the origin of this universe. All right? However it got here, we're going to start there without saying God created it. I'll give the evolutionists some room. However this universe got here,
however is, or whatever, it can't be wrong about anything it knows, right? If it's a method, if that whatever is a method or a process, right, or a theory, whatever it is, can't be wrong about anything because it created everything. It knows. It has, right? It has the answer. It has the recipe for everything. It can't be wrong about anything, right? Anything about it can't be wrong because it created everything that we, oh, there we go. I just got a big splash. See that? And I wasn't paying attention, but it missed my bait. But it just exploded and I saw the after effect. So, you agree with that? And I'm not trying to, bend words, or I'm just stating the facts. If you ask a question about this earth or about this universe to this something that created all this, it has the answer, the absolute answer. It can't be wrong about it. Like if you had the recipe book for all of everything that you know, that we know, this earth and this universe, if you had the recipe book, you'd be able to turn to that page and find the answer, the absolute answer, without being, it can't be wrong about it because it made it. Get it? Anybody listening? I got one person. I'm going to keep talking. Now we got 3 people. So that answer that you found is not wrong. It's the absolute answer. It is the truth. All right? Okay. So, therefore, I found through my 17 years of studying this earth from all the branches of science, and I wish I could remember them all, that in the beginning God created is overwhelmingly convincing. It creates an overwhelmingly convincing model or recipe for how everything got here. Okay? You may not agree with what I found, but I can tell you overwhelmingly, convincingly, that in the beginning God creates the perfect recipe. It is the truth. There's no way, in this instance, my something is God. God cannot be wrong about anything he knows because he created it. Got it? Okay. I beat that one to death. So now I substituted my something into this explanation. Okay, continuing. Per the Word of God, per in the beginning God created, and everything after it, all 66 books to Revelation. That's the King James Version. Thank you very much. The word hope has an absolute definition. All right? And one of the sources I used to study it is the Noah Webster's 1828 dictionary, only because it is known to be the most scripturally referenced dictionary ever written. He made 2 volumes before he died. All right? So I'm using the 1611 King James and the 1828 Noah Webster's. All right? Is 2 of my resources. The word hope in the 1828 dictionary, and you can look it up. It's free online. I'm going to paraphrase because I don't remember the words, verbatim. But hope always has a result of, what's the word they use? Of obtaining whatever it is you're hoping for. Like I said, I'm going to paraphrase this. It always has that result. It's not accompanied by anxiety or disappointment. So if you hope for something and you don't get it, that's the incorrect, per this definition, that's the incorrect use of the word. So the question is, wait, it's what I asked myself was, so what? That means that if you hope for something, you must obtain it, or it must be answered. You must get it. What can you hope for before you've even received it and know for sure the truth, 100%, that you're going to get it? That sounds like a prophecy. Ah, ding, 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 ding. That's the first blue light that came on. That sounds like a prediction. Yeah? It sounds like magic, if you want to insert something. Well, that's not something that I want to insert into that, in an option I want to throw in there. But people do today. Anyways, so it's like, so that was the question. So what can I know for sure that I'm going to get or I'm going to obtain before I even get it? Because that's the true definition of hope. And then I realized, oh my gosh, I know the answer. And this all weaves together. The answer is faith. And the only reason why I used that word is because I've dissected and defined the word faith and come to find out that it describes what it is that I know I can receive before I even receive it. And that something is eternal life. In the Bible, in this overwhelming, convincing model, remember I said earlier? In this overwhelming, convincing model that is created by something that can't be wrong about anything it knows because it's the truth. It promises eternal life if, conditional, you believe in all of this. What I'm saying. In the beginning, God created. God, hope, faith. If you believe in that, he said, for God so loved the world that here we go. Got him. I was hoping I was going to get something before. It's a small bass, but I'm pulling it through the lily pads. Oh my gosh, he's hanging himself up. So I'm continuing. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son. And here's the condition, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. That's the hope. That's the promise, 100%, that if whosoever believeth in him, that's Jesus Christ, his only begotten Son, if you believe in him, you shall not perish, but have everlasting life. That's an absolute. How do I know that? Because God created it. God said it. He can't be wrong about anything he knows. Get it? And like I said, you can disagree with this all you want, but based on my 17 years of study, using 3 criteria, logic, mathematical probability, and observational science, I've concluded that that is an absolute. That's an absolute promise. It can't be anything other than 100% the truth, because God can't be wrong about anything he knows. In this instance, in this worldview, in this creation worldview, if, conditional, God created, in the beginning God created, then he can't be wrong about anything he knows. Okay? The one hope that he promises, 100%. Okay? I can't hope for catching this bass because I couldn't have, I may not have caught it. I can wish I can desire it. That's accompanied by failure. Those two words. But hope? Look it up. 1828, Noah Webster's. And it even clarifies at the very end of the definition that we, society, use hope, small little guy, use hope incorrectly. We use it to say what I described earlier. We hope, that person is or went to heaven when he died. We can hope that I get a bicycle for Christmas. You can hope, we use hope so nonchalantly. And lo and behold, I found I've been using it incorrectly all my life. Now, you can disagree with that. Like I said, you're free to do that. But my study found contrary-wise. And now I'm trying to catch myself. Instead of saying hope, I'm going to try to insert it with I wish or I desire. Because there's only one true hope. That's eternal life. And that makes total sense because it's a promise. God promises somebody. Without a doubt, today you will be with me in paradise, he said to the criminal hanging next to him on his whatever side it was, his left. When he finally said to him, I understand who you are. I believe. He turned to him and said, today you will be with me in paradise. That's all it took. That fast. He had hope at that moment. Boom. See there? So, anyhow. Oh, you can post that. I wonder why that blocked your post, or did somebody else block it? Hey, Wolf, just joined to throw you a fish back. Well, show that. How come it blocked it? It says another moderator just handled this. Huh. I wonder if that was YouTube. Well, if you're a moderator, go ahead and post that message, because there's nothing wrong with that message. I'm trying to show it. I should be able to override you because I'm the host. Anyway, okay. So there's a small bass out there. I just caught him. Let's try this side. Oh, back to hope. I've already elaborated on this, and I'm sure I'll get a bunch of shorts made from this very conversation. But I mentioned faith. What does faith have to do with hope? Well, good old faith is the definition, the true, right? Remember, I'm referring to the Word of God, which can't be wrong about anything it knows. The true definition of faith is Hebrews 11:1, the substance of things hoped for. Oh, there's the word hope. The evidence of things not seen. The substance of things hoped for. Well, your gears might be turning right now. Now you know the definition of hope. So what substance can you hope for that you can absolutely know for sure that you're going to receive? I already answered that question. It's eternal life, if you believe. So the substance that it's referring to, you can already conclude must be eternal life. The eternal life that you hope for, that's the definition of faith, the beginning of the definition. The second part of the definition is, and the evidence of things not seen. Well, what can't you see, but based on the evidence, you're going to get that eternal life that you're hoping for? What is that not seen that is producing the evidence that if you believe that, you're going to receive eternal life? That's the beginning of faith. Well, we can insert God based on the evidence of God. You can't see God, but based on his evidence all around you, thank you very much, including the heavens, it's screaming creation. Based on God's creation, his evidence, if you believe that, you will receive eternal life. That's the definition of faith. You see? It all fits. It's so beautiful. It's wonderful. I was like just shouting for joy when I found that. And I even said, imagine that the Creator makes sense. Unbelievable. That He can actually weave something like that into itself over and over and over again throughout His Word. It all comes together. It all fits like a jigsaw puzzle. It all makes sense. Why? Because it's the truth. There's no way it could be wrong about anything it knows. Bam. Praise God. Praise God. Unreal. Unreal. I'm getting so goosebumps just talking about it. Anyways, yeah, I can't reverse that comment, Wolf. But thank you for the compliment. All right, I'm gonna, maybe I should cast back to where I caught that little guy and try again. So if anybody heard that, great. If nobody heard that, it's okay. I've got this live stream set up to automatically load into, I'm going to throw a plug out there for Opus Clips. That's OPUS Clips, CLIPS. And it's a website that will clip your video or live stream or any URL video and video format, that is, and it will make shorts, or it will not make shorts if you choose to not have your video shortened. Maybe it's already a short and you uploaded the short to this website. What the site does, you've seen it on many shorts, it automatically puts in text. And you've seen the multicolored text, the yellow and the green and the, scrolling underneath as the person's speaking. Well, there's, I'm sure, many companies that do this, but Opus Clips does that. And it's got many options you can choose from to modify and design your video. So, and like I said, in this instance, if you already have a short and you just want the text to appear down below it, you send it to this Opus Clips. It'll put in the text for you. And you can make corrections because it isn't 100%. Sometimes it gets the word wrong, or it misunderstands what you say. And you can go in there manually on a laptop. You can't do it on your phone. Actually, on your phone, can you? There is some editing, but it's very limited on your phone. You to get the full bells and whistles, you need to use a laptop or a desktop. So anyways, and then you make your corrections, and then when you're satisfied, you upload it back, or you upload it to whatever social media you want it on, platform you want it on. In this case, I'm using YouTube. So this live stream, when I'm done, it'll be multi-hours when I'm done, will automatically go to Opus Clips, and I've already got it set to make shorts less than 3 minutes and greater than 30 seconds. So it looks for content automatically and supposed to choose like the key parts of the upload and creates text for it and clips it. It'll take out pauses. It'll take out, sometimes it'll clip out, delays or pauses. content that has no action or activity, it'll clip that out and it'll automatically edit it for you. And it gives you a percentage rating as far as, now this part is, it doesn't hold true most of the time. It gives you a rating for how well it will, based on the current trend on YouTube or whatever platform you're using, it'll give you a percentage as far as how good it's going to reach the audience. And it'll give anything out of 100%, you know. So for instance, the first short that appeared on my last upload was 99% out of 100. You're thinking, oh wow, that's going to do good. That doesn't, you know, it doesn't always do well. But it is, when you watch it, you know, it's good content and it's done well, it's edited. The audio is, you know, really good. And then it goes down the listing from 100% on down. And at the very end out of a 2-hour video, it'll probably give me like 30 shorts. You know, it'll clip 30 shorts out of that or more. And the very last one, the least popular one, you know, will have a rating of like 70% out of 100. And sometimes those do better than the 100% ones. Anyways, Wolf, there you go. No, Wolf, you made a comment. It says, I joined just to see you throw a fish back. And it blocked, it moderated that. And I don't think I have any moderators present at the moment. So it must have been YouTube that for some reason flagged it and didn't post it. And I tried to reverse it and it won't let me. So it says another moderator already handled this. There's nothing about the post that is, you know, questionable. But that's happened before, so imagine that. All right, I'm gonna move. I'm roasting out here in the reflection pond. Give me a second. Okay. Get the mud off and then stow it back in its place. I might have been talking when you came in about something else. I'm sure I was. But I was referring to your comment that got moderated. Okay. Sorry, let me caught anything yet. Other than that one bass, who is that? That's Sax. What's up, Sax? I just caught a small bass. Oh, I just hit the sorry about that. I just threw it back. It was little itty bitty, little 10-incher. That was the first thing so far. And I've been out here about an hour or more. Let's see here. I got out here about 2:30 and it's 4, what is it now? 4:30? Yeah, 4:43. 16:43. So I gotta see if there's no shade. It's pretty much, the sun's almost 12 o'clock high, even though it's 4 o'clock. And I'm in the middle of all these lily pads, so I'm gonna labor through this, but it's okay. Today I've caught a catfish and a good-sized bass. Awesome. Are you out on the water or on the shore, or where are you, Sax? You were, so you're not fishing anymore. Did you fish the morning? The morning bite, or? And is 2014 their birth year? Are you 12? All right, here's some open water. And this is only like 2 feet deep or less. Okay, I know this open little spot. Wonder if I should try something over here. Why not, right? Yep, you're 12, okay. Well, you're my grandkids' age. I don't know. Have you been in here before sex? My eldest grandchild, a boy, he's 13. He'll be 14 in August. And his sister is 8. So your mom and dad are probably about my daughter's age. Or a little bit older. Dad might be older. My daughter's 37, and I think he's the same age. Her husband. Yeah, I don't know, Wolf. You mean as far as your comment being moderated? You know, I've got some key words, you know, in there, in my studio. You know, they're cuss words, though, you know, that I've flagged. It's the 7 cuss words you can't say on TV, you know, by George Carlin, and other words. But, you know, your post didn't contain any of those. So it's always interesting, right? And Wolf, just for recollection purposes, whereabouts are you in this world? I think you're in the US, right? I can't remember. Carolinas? Are you down in the Carolinas? No, there's somebody that's... You know, I just went over, if anybody was listening, about the definition of hope, the truth, the Word of God, faith. And, you know, I got through that in 1/3 the time that it took me the last time I approached that. And it all came together perfectly. Praise God. And if you would ask me to repeat the approach that I used, I probably can't remember the exact order. I'll have to listen to it, and when I review the video again, and just remember that approach, because it was perfect. Imagine that. A perfect God gave me the ability to explain something perfectly. It all came together. It all made sense. Facts. There is a way. I have to make you a moderator. But I've got, and no, don't take this personally. I've got some guys that are already moderators, and they come from the past. You know, it's kind of some old veterans that have been with me for quite a while. And I'm not big enough yet to really need anything more. You know, anything that I can't handle myself, or I need some, you know, team, you know, to help me with the, you know, the trolls out there and so on and so forth. But, you know, I appreciate you asking. Does that make sense? Now, if you're actively growing your YouTube channel, and you know the you know the ins and outs of as they call it. A lot of people have different names for it. Growing your channel, farming for your channel, getting content or making content and having people watch your content and subscribe to your channel, and to actively grow your YouTube channel, then I might consider making you a moderator, because there are some perks that you can use as a moderator to help grow your YouTube channel. And that's the spoon that fed me. That's how I learned about growing your YouTube channel, was through becoming a moderator. But it was on a Filipino live stream, because my wife is from the Philippines, and so the Filipino grapevine, as they call it, word got to me that there was a way, actually it was through my wife, to grow your YouTube channel. Relatively quickly, so that you can become monetized, and have the possibility of making some revenue. So I pursued that only because I had a lot of time on my hands and I was curious to see how it worked. So I go to this. If you want to do the same, I would recommend you doing that. Go to an active YouTube live. You can use my channel and look at. I don't have a community. I should make one, but you can look at the comments. A lot of the comments that are made on my videos are from Filipinos, and you'll recognize them. You can click on their profile pic and look at their content, and you can see whether or not they're live streamers. And if they are, go to their channel. Bookmark their URL or their channel, and visit them, just like you're visiting me right now. Visit them. Gotcha. You have a channel with 30 subscribers. So, visit one of their channels, because most of them are there to accomplish a few things. One is to become monetized themselves. They want to grow their YouTube channel, get enough subscribers and enough hours of watch time, that's called watch hours, WH, so that you can become monetized. YouTube will recognize you, make you an AdSense partner. That AdSense is the commercials, the ads that you see pop up. You can get paid for those, although that isn't how you make money, because that only pays you pennies. But you can start, once you become monetized, you can receive donations. You get a little $ next to your chat box. You can click on that. You can donate to them, et cetera, et cetera. And they're interested, a lot of Filipinos, because it's a very poor, relatively poor third world country, are looking for ways to make revenue to live. And so they'll get on board, and what you do is you visit their live stream, and they will, once they determine that you are actively growing your YouTube channel, they'll look at your channel, they'll go to your channel, and they'll see whether or not you're making content, or you can text them and say to them, I'm a small YouTuber, I'm interested in growing my channel, can you help me out? They'll vet you, meaning they'll look, VET, and determine that you're real, and that you can tell them, I'm 14 years old, I'm 12, and I want to try to become monetized one day, and they'll help you out. They'll give you a jacket. They call it a jacket, a blue jacket. That's the moderator jacket. And what that enables you to do is post your channel URL. You'll copy and paste your channel from the top of your screen, from your address bar, and you come back in the live stream and you post your URL. And you don't flood the channel with that. You just post it once. And others in the room, a lot of times, others in the room are trying to do the same thing you are. So they're posting their URL also. And what you do is you return the favor. They go to your channel, they come back, and they'll even tell you, I just subscribed to your channel and I gave you a like. And I watched your video and I commented. Oh, thank you very much. And that's like a hint to go do the same for them. So you return the favor, and you get everybody in this room, not everybody, a lot of the times, most of the people in the room are all doing the same thing you are. So next thing you know, you've got 10 more subscribers within 5 minutes because everybody's going to your channel. But they're only doing it for that purpose. They're doing it in hopes that you'll do the same for them. But you end up going to multiple live streamers when you're done with them and you think that you've, gotten as many subscribers as you think, as many people are in the live stream, then, you politely leave and you go to another live streamer and you do the same thing there. So that's the advantage of having a moderator status. You're not moderating their channel. You're there to grow your YouTube channel. The Filipinos are the only live streamers so far, although I haven't visited anybody else other than American and Filipino live streamers. Americans don't play that game, and a lot of them, I'm not even going to comment, but they're not that privy about. They're not so ready to give you a moderator jacket. They're suspecting foul play, which you should be, but that's the whole, not the whole, but that's their MO. They're just too worried about something happening to their YouTube channel or dealing with trolls, on their live stream. Well, there's ways to handle that, and you don't have to, or I should say, if you get too many people as a moderator, as I'm going to say, as an American moderator on an American live stream, and I am an American, you get too much foul play. You get people that are becoming moderators that aren't there to do anything but cause problems. And next thing you know, they're in arguments with each other and they're deleting each other. The moderators are putting each other on timeout. Been there, experienced that already. Only with American live streamers have I experienced this. In the Filipino community, it doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen because they're not there to do that. Oh my gosh, how corrupt we are in America. If only they knew. They only had the mindset of some of these third world countries that don't have anything, don't have what we have. I think their behavior would be a little different. I know it would be different because I am an American. So anyways, if you wanna grow your, I just went under a low-lying branch. If you want to grow your YouTube channel, I'm not here to help people grow their YouTube channels. That's not why I'm live streaming. So the moderators I have are far and few. You can count them on one hand, and they know the drill. They're here to keep out the riffraff. Saying about faith, she said substance and the evidence that they are really heavyweight in a court of law. Ooh, rah, Grandma. Let me see. Yep, it's Wolf. Yeah, it was. On my end, it was. Wolf. I've got it right up here. It says another moderator already handled it. And it's not visible. Well, it's grayed out. It's invisible. So maybe it just appeared that way on my end. But Grandma, if Grandma's listening, praise God for your comment, by the way. I love it. You know, that in the court of law that they actually use, or they reference, the word of God, whether they know it or not. They are. Thank God. Or that, as one evangelist said, he was a retired colonel in the United States Marine Corps, was preaching in San Diego when we were back there between 2007 and 2011. Colonel Ryberg, he has a ministry, a military ministry. And as he said, I actually have it on, I think in my, on one of my playlists under military, under the military playlist, that he says, and it's more of a slideshow, like a PowerPoint that I put audio to. I bought his CD that came with his preaching afterwards, and then I used it, I edited it and added slides to it to represent what he was saying. It's not very good, but it's in there. And in that video, that production, he says, sorry, Supreme Court, you're not supreme, God is. You think, where did it get its name? The Supreme Court. Supreme Judge, God, the four direct references in our Declaration of Independence. A Declaration of Independence, God, Supreme Judge, Divine Providence, and what am I missing? There's 4. Sorry, Supreme Court, you're not supreme, God is. I love it. So yeah, it holds a lot of weight in the court of law. But I hate to say, though, even our justice system has lost its bearing as far as what spoon created them. I experienced firsthand in court when I got, I won't go into detail, I ended up in a minor dispute with somebody and ended up getting not deposition, but got the notice in the mail to appear and ended up almost in a 2-year ridiculous go around with this person in trying to clear this up. And at the end of the appearance in court in front of the judge with the attorney next to me, not my attorney, it was a district attorney for the other guy, he convinced me to accept what it was a very watered down charge, and the sentence was $200, and that was pretty much it. It was just a financial charge, and of course the charge going on my record, unfortunately, but it was just an informal or /formal lesser charge. And I appeared in front of the court after he did his formalities and said, how do you plea, and and he read everything that he had to say. I told him, I said, praise God for, he complimented on my attire. I was dressed to the nines in a suit and tie, and he just said, Mr. MacKay, I appreciate how you're dressed today and how you presented yourself. I said, praise God. I said, this courtroom, I pointed all around the courtroom. I said, this courtroom has God written all over it. I said, so praise God, that you said that. And he's like, he kind of giggled, and I realized, you know what? He doesn't know what I'm referring to. He doesn't know. Because there's usually 3 responses when I say something like that. People giggle. They either say, they return the comment, praise God back, or amen, or whatever, because they understand. Or they ask a question like, what do you mean by that? Or, and then now the door is open, you get to share with them. But he just kind of giggled. And I thought to myself, he hasn't a clue. That this courtroom has God written all over it. It is because of God, the courtroom that you preside over. Yeah, so, but that was the end of that, and I walked out and went down to the finance office, and they said, oh, it's got a process still. You can come back tomorrow and pay that. And I was like, oh, okay. I had my credit card in my hand. $200. Like, imagine that. 2 years later, almost 2 years later, $200. Like, really? They're even saying, are you sure you want to pursue this? And I was like, yes. I was going to defend myself. I was going to represent myself. And I had no problems about it. I had it all written out. I had the question all written out that I was going to ask. Try to prove my point. But the district attorney convinced me otherwise. You know, you can get out of this with a much lesser charge, and I'll tell the judge that, and I'll make sure that you don't have any, you know, you can't do this or you can't do that, like, you know, own a firearm or, you know. And I said, I go to the range all the time. I want to make sure, you know, that isn't in the sentence. He's like, no, I'll make sure it's not. So the judge heard it and he agreed. $200. I was like, sold to the man in the three-piece suit. Oh my gosh. It just cost me an inconvenience. It didn't cost me any money because I wasn't working. I'm retired and I didn't hire anybody. The other side did. Didn't have to go there. Didn't have to go down that road. And I'm not afraid to say, the charge that I received was a noise ordinance. I'm like, really? What did one live streamer say to me? You're such a bad guy. You're such a bad boy, Doc. I went, really? I made too much noise. And I got charged $200. Was that really what happened? No, but that was the charge, the lesser charge that I accepted. I said, you know what? I'm done. If that's all it takes and your word is good, I said, let's go do this. He's like, follow me. So I did. Out of the waiting room, into the courtroom, sat down, and boom, it was done. A noise ordinance. That's what the lady behind the finance, the register said. You realize this is a noise ordinance? And I went, excuse me? He said, yeah, the charge that you were given, it's a noise ordinance. And I went, really? She said, yes. I went, oh my gosh. Okay. So that's even better. You're such a bad Doc. You're such a rebel, Doc, or something. I forget what he said, but oh, sorry. I'm way back on my Killjoy. Go ahead, Killjoy. Let's hear it. Trump to prison for what? I don't go down this road. I usually keep the comments to the Word of God, the military, or emergency medicine. But because of my hat, I get trolls, and so I'm going to entertain the troll if he's still there. Trump for prison for doing what? What is he going to prison for? Why should he be in prison? Let's hear it. All right. Well, this is a pretty part of the lake. I've already been here in the past and have caught bass, hiding in the shallows over there next to the shore. Well, might as well, right? Since I'm here. Trump to prison. Let's hear it. Hoorah. And that's sex. Wait a minute, you're only 12. How could you be friends with Epstein? Wait, it's you that is 12, right? Or are you just being facetious and trying to cause something on purpose with a ha 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 after it? Oh, was he? I'm sorry. See, that's what I get. I get myself in trouble. Was he friends with Epstein? I have no idea. I really don't care. There's too much positive about the guy to try to point out his weak points. You know, it's like hanging around the pastor long enough. You know, if you hung around him long enough, you could find something, right, to grill him about. It's like, please, stick with the positive. This is what I told my son. How about talking about what he has accomplished in the amount of time that he's been in office, and the good that he's done for our nation, and how much safer we are, and how he's continuing to do what he said he was going to do. Making America great again. Unbelievable. If I only could think like Trump. It's like anything else, you know? You have the truth. People have the absolute truth available to them. But what do? They shoot it down. They talk about it. They make horrible accusations about it. It comes with the territory. You know, wait till you become a supervisor and find your name written all over the bathroom walls. You know, it comes with the territory. Sorry, when I first read that, Sachs, I thought you said, yeah, see that? Ha ha ha, you goofy. You know, then they start throwing comments back at you and calling you, you know, names. And see there? See what I mean? It's like first they're attacking Trump, and now they're attacking you. They're keyboard warriors. The only reason why they make those comments. They wouldn't say it to me in front of me. And if they did, pray for them. Auto indicators. Are you talking about automobiles? Sorry, I don't know auto indicators. So, again, I think I'm going to nip this in the bud here. The Word of God, the military, or emergency medicine or medicine period. Keep your comments to those three, and we'll have a smooth running live stream. How about that? Oh, all right. Guess that did not go over very well. the media-fed society. That included me at one point in time. What's up, Killjoy? How's your day been? What part of the world brings you in? How's the weather? How's the fishing? How's the food? Killjoy, did you hear me? Hello, hello? I guess his name says it all, right? You ever think about that? It's like, so do people really have like an agenda? They say, oh, I think I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to call myself Killjoy, and then I'm going to visit as many live streamers as I can, and just kill their joy. I think that's what I'll do. I'll become that. Like a superhero, you know, he'll put on a mask or an outfit, and he can hide behind his keyboard and live up to his created name. It's like, really? People actually do that? I hope you're monetized or something, you know, and you're actually getting revenue, you know, from doing this to, you know, in other people's channels. I'm not sure how you would do that, but I would hope you are, you know, at least make a nickel out of your, you know, your trolling. Anybody? Anything else, Killjoy? You're welcome to the channel. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up if you dare. That's the least I could ask you to do. Oh, anybody else out there that if you haven't clicked the like button, be sure and do that. That helps put my channel out in front of more people. Tell what to Trump, bro? Be more specific. You gotta, because conversation gets lost in chat. So tell that, you know, I have a tendency to, you know, keep talking about other things, and so I don't know what that is reference to. Tell what to Trump. You got to kind of be redundant and just say again what it is that you're commenting on or that you're replying to. Hey, Bass. Pretty quiet. I just caught a little baby 10-inch bass out in the middle of the reflection pond out there. I call it the reflection pond. It's this lake is a sea of lily pads. I don't know if you can see that or not. It's just one big giant ocean of lily pads. And I decided to just, because I don't know where else to go right at the moment, I decided to camp out in the middle of it and just fan cast around it, and I ended up catching a little itty bitty guy. Excuse me a second, I gotta fix this. Sex, what is that? I'm going to try to go fishing again. Tell that to Trump. Respect people and their beliefs. Zebco rods. I used to use them when I was younger. But no, you could say I was going to say I graduated too, but Zebco, I'm sure. I haven't even looked into Zebco in decades. But I've just used spinning reels And maybe Zebco makes all of the above now, spinning and casting reels. I'm thinking of the old Zebco, you know, the old case with the line going out the center. Maybe Zebco makes other models now, but Daiwa is, for whatever reason, I started buying, and now I just repeat, and I'm buying, not always, this is a ugly stick, depends on my mood, I guess. I buy Daiwa reels and rods. Give me a second here. I'm gonna try to hit some other spots. Okay. See if there's anything hiding out in these little lily pad little crops here. Even though they're right next to me, I'm gonna investigate just so I can say I did. What? I should probably inquire with my family and see if they're willing to head over to or at least bring me some food, because nothing's open here on the campus at the moment. I inquired about the Dunkin' Donuts they have indoors. They said they're closed for the summer. And their cafeteria is not open. Their little market is closed over there. So I didn't bring any food. Okay, this is super shallow over here. What else? How about a paramedic story? Who wants to hear a paramedic story? Something I ran on in the years past. Trying to think of, I can either tell a story I've already talked about or think of a new one. I got something in my mind right now that I've talked about, but I haven't mentioned it in a while. It's a pretty unfortunate sequence of events, but it's reality, and it happens, and I want to talk about it. It was now I don't have my microphone on. I wish I did, that way I don't have to worry about you guys hearing me from this distance. But it's charging at the moment. And I'll wait till it's finished charging. Let's see, 2 people in the house. Are you still there, spouse Asawa? Are you still listening? Is there any way you could put together a Tupperware of something and have Jordan bring it by? And I'll go meet him like usual. Anybody? 4 people watching. Come in, don't skip. Don't skip, just stay here. Hit the thumbs up, if you would, before you leave. wonder who these people are. You know, the young kids that are creating just random usernames, you know, and going around with their keyboard and searching for, you know, live streamers, for example, to just come in and make random comments. Who are they? You know, what's going through their, what's going on? Where's their parents? Are they young kids? Are they adults? God forbid, you know, being that way. I guess I have my own pole in my own eye, you know, that convicts me, you know, when I say that. But I'm always curious, you know, as to what's going through somebody's head that enables not enables, but that makes them go to different sites. And are they just pissed off? Are they going through something? You know, and they just want to vent their frustrations by making comments and getting people's reaction to it, or why? Oh my gosh, I forgot about this. Perfect. Still got ice in it. I totally forgot. Strawberry, pineapple. Yum. On ice. 100% pineapple juice and the sucrose strawberry packet that you dissolve in water. Come in, guys, gals, anybody? I'm gonna labor through the lily pads. And oh, you know what? I should plug back in. How's my battery doing? Down to 58. It's doing okay. Yeah. All right, now this section is gonna be slow and steady, steady and slow. That's the way we always go, right, Betsy? I'm not gonna make any progress in this stuff, but I'm gonna pull through it anyway. And get there when I get there. This is like quicksand. It's like paddling, like walking through sand. And you know what? The lily pads are thick over there on the shore. So maybe frog. What about a frog? You know what? Somebody mentioned frogs are hitting where they're at. Well, now that I'm literally knee deep, if I stood out, I would be knee deep. Knee deep. Isn't that what a frog says? Knee deep, knee deep. I'm going to try my hand at a frog here. See see if we can capture the action. See if there's something huge hiding amidst the forest of lily pads. This is sunburn material today, but I am completely covered. Which I always am, but I don't have my sunglasses. My sunglasses were stolen at a... You know what? I'm going to put a mic back on. Really. Because I'm speaking kind of into the distance, and I'm going to say people can't hear me from that far away. So, let's give it a roll. 17 likes. Thank you guys, gals, whoever, whatever you are. Hopefully you're one or the other, right? Oh, is my wife still there, honey? Are you still there? Can you help me in whether or not I have audio? I'm going to switch over and try this again. I'm going to lose audio here for a second. Stand by. There we go. Okay. Test, test, test. Can somebody give me a mic check? Test, test, test. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, hello. Anybody? Check, check, check. Mic check. Hello, hello, hello. Anybody there? Can somebody verify whether or not I'm working? How's it sound? How's it sound, honey? Sound good? The mic says it's working. Hopefully it's good to go. Check, check. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, there we go. You can hear me now, Jordan? Can you hear me now? Okay, never mind. Are you there, Jordan? Hello, hello. Check, check. I asked him to help me and he disappeared. Hello, hello, hello. Are you there? Are you there? Anybody, keep me a mic check. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll be right back. Fred, I couldn't see anything. The chat wasn't populating, so I couldn't get any response. So I took off the microphone. It's not staying charged. It's dying. So I'm gonna just deal with the built-in mic. Thank you though, guys. Sorry about the couldn't see anything. Okay, gotcha. Fred, my son, my wife. Thank you, Fred, and good morning to you. Did you survive the? Did you feel any of the earthquakes? My elder friend there in Jensen said he got rocked pretty hard, but everything's okay. They didn't suffer any damage. Or look at that bird. He's chasing my frog. I love it. Go ahead, get a mouthful of that, there, Blackbird. Yeah, I just spoke to him. His name's Link or Lincoln. Maybe I'll introduce you to him here sometime. I can somehow get him over, get us three connected. He doesn't do live streams, but there he look at this bird. He's coming back and hovering right above my frog again, and he goes like, oh yeah, it doesn't look normal. Yeah, it won't be when I got a hook in your beak. Oh, look at that. Something in the water is coming. Come on. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. There we go. I'm gonna go right above this disturbance here and see if he's still there. Whatever it is. It's either a bass or a pickerel. What's new there, Fred? I don't feel anything, but a couple days before lightning storm destroyed a lot of electric in the house, even the refrigerator. Yeah, I was reading your little community post there about not live streaming and being busy taking care of stuff. I like your little AI and layover, whatever they're called, shorts that you're making. You know, I'm yet to figure that out. How to be, you know, how to be alive below a short, using a short that's an already established short, and then getting your video below it, or your reaction below it. Yeah, you're doing good. Just keep trying. I love the content though. You know, I gotta admit though, this little cutoff rod, I broke the tip and I put a oversized eye in the end, or I had them put an oversized eye because they didn't have the right size. I said, I'll just put it on there. It was a from a saltwater application. But even as short as and stiff as this little short pole is, it's a good little flipping rod, a little casting rod that is just like flawless. I guess it's the reel also. It's an older Daiwa Fuego reel, and it just really it really doesn't give me any issues. It doesn't backlash. It casts a mile. Pretty darn consistent. Okay, no reaction to this frog. Yeah, I was gonna say it's 5 in the morning, 5:45. How's the? Did your supplies come for the steps? Are you having that done, or are you doing it yourself, or a little bit of both? Or? Up since 4. Oh, no, look at there. Oh my gosh. A bass actually got hooked onto that frog, and then he let go, and I don't know if you saw that, but the frog went flying across my boat. All right, well, that was cool. Haven't had that reaction in a while. That was cool. That was good. Let's see. I think my other batteries, I've let my other cameras die because I'm doing the live stream, so. I should get them back. Matter of fact, I thought I replaced the battery on one of them. Was it this one? Was it that one? Hold on. Oh, that's the one that's replaced. Probably hear the music. There we go. All right, and what is the battery? That's full. Imagine that. I wasn't using it. I replaced the battery, and then I never turned it back on. Okay. Oh, sorry. They started though, so you're having somebody do it. Cool. And what are the steps made of? Stone or what? Wood? Beams? Cement? Oh, block and cement? Gotcha. Let's see here. Gotcha. Yeah, and rebar. Oh no. You know, I don't know if it shows on your end, but that comment got moderated, and it must be YouTube because I don't have any moderators right now, I don't think, in the room. Interesting. And when I try to show it, it says another moderator already handled this. Another moderator just handled this. So I'm not sure if there's a moderator hiding in the background and is moderating some of these comments, or could be. Okay. Beyond the bedside. Oh, I'm sorry. I just, my comments were scrolled way back because I guess I scrolled the screen back. But I noticed your comment said, "Who is your honey?" And that's beyond the bedside. She's maybe she's, let's see, is she even a moderator? I don't even think she is. I'm gonna say maybe she's moderating your comments, but nope, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't even think my own wife is a moderator, or my son. Speaking of, hey, Donald Trump. Uh-oh, somebody went out here. Let me. Somebody went out and created a username. Let's find out here. Find out who that is. Fred, and see if they just developed that channel today, or have you been around for a while there, Mr. Donald Trump? I can't view their channel. So what does that tell you? Yeah, find out, Fred. As a matter of fact, I'm going to make you a moderator. You G-Man. G-Man. Who's G-Man? Or what is a G-Man? G-Man is a young man? How does that work? What does G have to do with young? Gotcha. A year and 20 subscribers. So in other words, you're up to no good there, Mr. Donald Trump? Just kind of staying incognito so you can cruise around and make comments? Thank you, Fred, though. Well, you know, my camera must be getting hot or something because it just came back on again. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, sometimes I forget, so don't be afraid to remind me. But if anybody knows anything about live stream riffraff, it would be Fred. I gotta say, and I'd be lying if I just said I didn't enjoy it, but I like what Mike did, Mike and Venus. What Mike did when people come into his channel and he doesn't like them, and he gets rid of them, he plays that Satan worshiping music, and he's all, and it's like such a deterrent. And that music just screams. It just put me in stitches every time I heard it. And then I started requesting it. Mike, it's time. And he'd say, I think so too. And he'd play that music. What was that? What was the lyrics to that music? Get the F. I didn't like the F bomb, but get the F out, or get the, what was it? No problem. I actually forgot, Fred, honestly. In reality, catching a fish on a frog's a little different creature, a little different process. The knee-jerk reaction for all of us, when you catch a fish is to swing. Well, with a frog, hold on. This thing gets hung up on those lily pads quite a bit. You got to make sure that frog is in their mouth, because they could have a tentacle, or I call them a tentacle, a mustache. They could have the rubber. So you got to give it time and make sure the fish pulls the thing underwater. And when that frog disappears, then swing. But if it's still thrashing around on top of the water, don't swing. Wait till he pulls that thing underwater and then swing. And when he just took that, I swung when I saw the splash. Your mods don't give chances. Well, I've given instructions. I tell them, just keep them in the room as long as possible. That's the whole concept is watch hours. And so, but if they start, using their mouth and just, being hurtful and gross or inappropriate and just, being an idiot, then they know, it's time to go. But if they're just disagreeing with me and getting angry, then I'll just feed them, and as long as I can. And I tell the people in the audience, that you have a mute button, you have a block button on purpose. That's what it's for. So if you don't like what they're saying, or if it's making you uncomfortable, just block them. And that way they don't see your comment, and you don't see their comment, and problem solved. But meanwhile, they're still in the room, and I get to deal with them. Yeah. Well, I'm going to see. I'm on a quest. I was monetized once before, and so I know the drill. So I'm going to see if I can get monetized again. And if I can, then so be it. It's a retirement thing, something to do. Too much time on my hands, something to do. All right, let's see. You said you were, how old are you? 67? Oh, Fred? My brother just turned 68, June 12th. Oh, what am I talking about? It's June 10th. It's his birthday in 2 more days. He'll be 68 on June 12th. My sister just had her birthday, June 8th. She's 65. She just turned 65. I'll be 64 in August. No, he's turning 67. What did I say, 68? Yeah, he'll be 67 on June 12th. I guess that's tomorrow, right? Wait, what's today? Is today June 11? June 10. Oh, okay. On Friday, he'll have his birthday. Oh, I thought you were like my older brother's age. Sorry about that. They're your same age as I am. Or did you just turn 64 this year? Yeah, I think so now. You're born 62 as well. Okay, okay. Hey now, hush up. Yes, that's correct. Yeah. There's somebody else that is like my older brother's age. There's another user here in one of my visitors that is my brother's age. I believe there's another guy a little bit older. He's 70, young 70s. I think he's in, I always ask him, he's in Missouri or somewhere in the Midwest. Yeah, this Lincoln, that I keep mentioning down in Jensen, he's our dad's age. He's 80, he'll be 80, he was born 38. He's 87. He'll be 88 in September 10th. Now, I don't know how many siblings, if you have any, and how old they are, but my dad was born the same year he was born, 1938. So he'll be 88 in September. Oh, that's the name of Mike. Maybe that's what it is. You're talking about Mike and Venus, or this is another Mike? Yeah. Oh, okay. That's Mike. I didn't know that was his channel name. Gotcha. Yeah, I finally met Mike. I was on stage with him on whose live stream was that? Was that that was yours? That was your live stream, right? When you had multiple people up there. Yeah, Cheryl was there. Mike was there. What's her name there on Palawan was there. She's gonna kill me for not remembering her name. Oh, MJ is only 54. Okay, well, back up. Who's 67? Yeah, GTV. Correct. Now you confused me now. You said Mike. I asked if that's Mike and Venus. You said no, Mike and Cheryl. Right. But so that's another Mike. Now is MJ, is his name Mike also? You totally threw me for a loop. Yeah, what's MJ's first name? Oh, so we got 3 Mikes. Mike and Venus, MJ, and 96 Classic. Any more? Any more Mikes? My paramedic preceptor was Mike. He was my neighbor when we grew up as kids. Turned out to be my paramedic preceptor when I was going through school in going through his tutelage in 93. And Mike is 66, I think. Too many Mikes. Oh, but so Cheryl's Mike, he's only 54, 5'4". Aw, no, I did not. Yeah, been there, did that. Buried my wife's dad. He was only 63. Speaking of 60s, he was my age. Right now. 63, died here in the USA. He ended up having a quail-sized tumor in his brain, and he was dead 11 months later. We petitioned to get Dad here from the Philippines. He was living with us in California when he arrived. And then he came back here to the East Coast to be with his daughters. And he was living in Maryland with her. And then she called one day and said, "Hey, I just took Dad to the ER. Why? What happened?" "He passed out in the front yard." "What? Why did he pass out?" "We're not sure. They're doing a CT right now." And then come to find out, they found a quail-sized tumor. Turned out to be ultra aggressive, stage 4, whatever the OMA type cancer he had. And 11 months later, he died. He had the tumor removed, and it didn't solve the problem. It metastasized and killed him. They lost their mom at 54 years old, 4 months after I got married in the Philippines, in Iloilo. She was only 5'4" when she died. She had complications from diabetes, high blood pressure, dialysis, everything was related. Ended up getting a screaming wife crying when I was at work as a paramedic one evening at about midnight. Come to find out her mom died. And then Dad dies at 63 in 2017, I believe it was. And now I just buried her brother. I just went back there September 2025. Bro died, youngest brother at 40. How old was your youngest brother, honey, if you're still there? 43? 42? Unexpected. That's why I was there for only 13 days. I had a week to attend the funeral, the memorial service, and then a week of free time. It was just a sad 13 days. Got to cry my eyeballs out over his kids that he left, and the wife, and never met them before, and met them for the first time, and just bawled my eyes out in the middle of the street downtown Iloilo, holding them in my arms. I'm getting emotional just thinking about it. Yeah, death is a sad time, but got to make sure you know the truth, and then at least you have another opportunity to do this again one day. Yeah, sorry, I was talking away. Cheryl's dad was 82. Yeah. I'll say it clearly. Cheryl Mike, 67, and Venus Mike is. Oh, okay. Now we're on the right page. I was flip-flopping the ages. That makes more sense. How about Mike? MJ. How old is Mike? We didn't clarify that yet. Maybe you did, but how old is MJ? Maybe it's MJ that's my brother's age. Or am I really doing backflips now with the ages? Oh, MJ. Oh my gosh. Wait. MJ is 54 also? You said Venus's Mike is 54 earlier. So MJ is 54 also? Oh my gosh, is this just confusion or what? So MJ and Venus's mic are both the same. Well, Venus's mic is MJ? Oh my gosh. So he has his own channel other than Venus and Mike? Or Mike and Venus? What the hell? See, I don't know this. That is his channel. Okay. All right. Now we're not talking about 3 different mics. We're talking about only 2, but 3 channels. Wait. Okay, wait. So you're saying MJ and Mike and Venus is the same person? No. 96 Classic is Mike and Venus, is the Venus's Mike's channel. But MJ, does he have a YouTube channel? How about that? Does MJ have a YouTube channel? See, I'm yelling because I know I'm speaking to this mic instead of the mic on my... Does MJ have a YouTube channel? Wait. What is the name of Cheryl's boyfriend? Okay, I'm totally confused. Does Cheryl's mic have a YouTube channel? And what is the name of his channel? Yes or no? Does Cheryl's mic have a YouTube channel? Let's start there. Oh, so he does have a channel. What is the name of his channel? Just to iron out all the bumps here. You must be having a blast typing. If you're doing this on your phone, your thumbs must be getting tired. I got to relocate here. And I got to keep an eye on my time this time. I'm not staying out here in the bugs. I found out that these white gnats or flies or whatever they are, they just overwhelm the boat. And I have them everywhere. I had them all over the dash of my car this morning because I brought them in from last time I was out here. And I don't blame you if you give up. Oh, let's see. Cheryl's mic channel is M&S. Okay. Gotcha. All right. So now I think I'm not confused anymore. Okay. Let me finish my last bit of iced pineapple strawberry drink here. And that's all she wrote. I got ice left over. Okay, I get nowhere quick in these lily pads. So I'm just gonna grin and bear it here. I know. So many Filipinos, and I can't remember the names of all of them. And then the ladies get all upset that I don't remember them. I'm like, oh my gosh. If you only knew the list that I'm required to remember. That's like my wife. She has so many family members. Her mother is the eldest of 10 siblings. 10! So you know how many kids they have? Who also have kids? Oh my gosh! And my wife gets all upset at me because I can't remember all of them by name, by nickname, right? Nobody's called their name. It's all June and Boone and Bon and Bohm and Ate and Indai and oh my gosh. And then when I say, I don't think I've ever met them, yes, you did, she gets all upset. Remember when? I'm like, no, I don't, honey. Oh my gosh. It's like my mom and dad are easy, you know, they're only 2. Well, okay, my dad had sisters, but as you know, they're not like the Filipino culture where they all live together and are, live in the same barangay and they've been there for, generation after generation. Although the one in Illinois is like that. Their family name has been there forever and they're a population of 103, literally. And their cemetery is 90+%, without exaggeration, their family. But anyways, other than that, my dad had 2 sisters, 2, and my mom, she had 1 sister. So, it's easy to remember your cousins on my mom's side and the cousins on my dad's side, relatively easier, but not 10. Oh, honey, I don't know if you're there watching, but I smell the Mangolias. Did I say that right? Mongolia? No. The Mongolia. Mongolia? What the heck? What's the name of the flower? Mongolia, right? That's the name of the country. What the heck? Why am I confused about that? Anyway, we just discovered that beautiful smelling flower in our yard. I see it. I think I see it right over there. I can smell it. I only see 2 blooms, but I can smell the perfume. It's beautiful. A beautiful, sweet, buttery, real strong, perfumey. And we've got 4 branches sprouting out of the ground, producing flowers for the first time in 12 years. Never. All those years, we've never had this flower. And for the first time, it flowered this spring. Here it is. I see it. It's so, so beautiful. Really, smelling. Magnolia. God, I kept saying Mongolia. Only Gary. Yep. Okay, there it is. No, that isn't. I thought that was it. That is not a magnolia. It's too small. Okay, it's white, but that's not it. I smelt it. It's somewhere. I thought I was following my nose. Well, then it must be back here. I'm looking. It's got to be obvious. I see some other white blooms, but those look like honeysuckle. Magnolia are beautiful. It's a Southeast Asian bloom. As a matter of fact, I was supposed to, if I was there at the right time of the year, have seen them and experienced them in Nepal in 1986 when I was there for the first and only time. And that was what I read in the literature was the magnolias. They have trees, magnolia trees that bloom. in the spring, and I was there in, I think it was fall. It was like October. So I was there the wrong time of the year. Everything was dormant. You didn't see any blooms actually on anything. No, that's not true. I think I saw some red blooms on something, but the magnolias, God, I'm stuck on that Mongolia now. I just smelt it though. Maybe it's coming from inside somewhere and permeating through the trees. So anyways, that was definitely the same perfume that I smelled. Gardenias. Well, I don't know what gardenias smell like. I think my mom raised gardenias in our garden back in San Diego. Those come in different colors, right? Gardenias, red, white, yellow. She had snapdragons, gardenias, and what was the other? Mums? I think she had some mums. I forget though. As a youngster, I used to be privy, kind of sucked up my mom's green thumb, at least what was around the house and outside in the garden. Maybe it's because I was burying my dog's poop all the time and I had to bury it in the garden. So I got used to, I memorized the flowers. Hey Mom, what kind of flower is this over here, as I'm digging a hole to bury my dog's poop? That was the boys' job. We had to go bury the dog poop and spray the grass with the hose to blend it in so you didn't step in it. Orchids. Yeah, we had 2 orchids. One lasted for the longest time. We just threw it away because we couldn't get it to bloom anymore. And we did our Google research, and the consensus was it was basically sterile. It wasn't going to be able to produce anymore. So finally got rid of it. But it was green, had green leaves for the longest time. Sat there by the window with no flower after blooming one year, and then it just wouldn't come back. Okay, now we're in the hot spot. Got to keep an eye on my time here. 6:25. I've got 2 more hours before sundown, and then I'm out of here because I can't do these bugs anymore. I mean, I can deal with them, but to have them all over the boat and my gear, and I got to put the gear inside the car, no. Okay, let's try this spot just for now. There's the shallow water anchor. Let's see, wind's coming from where? Directly in front of me. So we're gonna put the anchor at the bow. Stand by. I mean, Fred, I'm only in like 1.5 feet of water. Here, let me show you. I don't know if you can see that or not. It's that deep, right there. From here to here. So that's about 2.5 feet, or 2 feet. Yeah, from there to there. That's it. It's a bog. This is a boggy bottom. If I stood on this, I'd sink another 2 feet. Well, maybe another foot here because it's shallower here. It's just decomposed vegetation. A big old mat of it at the bottom. And then 2 feet of water on top of it. Oh, there we go. Oh, I got hooked up on a frog. Oh, when he let go. Dude! That was a giant. Holy moly, you might have seen that because the camera was aiming. Oh, I hope I get that. I'm going to have to review that on the live stream. That was an engulfment. That took it under and was pulling on it. and it didn't hook up. Son of a gun. Son of a gun. You probably got a bird's eye view of that strike. That was awesome. That was beautiful. See if we can get another response like that. Oh, I'm so surprised. After I thought I set him, I started reeling in and it was still there. At least I thought it was. And it turned out to be just a big hunk of vegetation. Right as I was saying that too, that thing hit on that hard. It's kind of out in open water. No, it was a little bit of lily pads over there, but. Did you happen to see that? Oh, there, up, he's under. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm not paying attention. My line was under a lily pad, and I could feel the tugging when I was looking at the screen. I thought it was something pulling on the bait, pulling on the frog. That was awesome. Wrapping 26 orchids in paper towels and putting a suitcase from the USA and brought it back to the Philippines. Oh my gosh, they let her? Or she just didn't get caught? Or is it allowed? Or are orchids allowed? I don't know. Probably not. Oh man, that was too good. I want that again. That's enough to stay in this spot for a while. Oh, and everything checked also. Oh, they were checked, I guess. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. They were checked in. Gotcha. So they didn't recognize them in the X-ray. See if I can get any response like that again. You know, I keep smelling that perfume. They're somewhere. Probably inside and permeating through the. Or you know what? Maybe I'm just smelling the honeysuckle, and there's just a lot of it. Because those things have a real pretty odor. You got your coffee? Or you drink coffee, Fred? Okay, 5-minute rule. Well, I like this that they're hitting on these frogs. That's not too often that they do this. Then again, I don't use the frog as much as I use the worm and the swim bait and the crankbait. So. Okay. Ah, pot of coffee. Cool, cool. Any particular brand? I know they got Folgers over there. Or do you use a Filipino brand or 3-in-1? Or actually, you said pot, so assuming you use coffee grounds. Yeah, I'm a big coffee drinker. I use the Keurig pods and order an extra dark Black Rifle Coffee Company, a veteran-owned company, and their extra dark is Beyond Black. So I subscribe to that and get it delivered like every 3 months, something like that. Matter of fact, just topic of something to talk about. Speaking of Black Rifle coffee, I order it through Amazon when they're available. It seems like they go unavailable sometimes. But anyways, and I have it, like I said, scheduled, for every 3 months. Well, somehow through I'm sure it was operator error, I inadvertently changed the delivery schedule frequency. Because it was saying it was going to deliver it soon, and I'm like, no, I still got a bunch of coffee left. Don't be sending me any more. So I pushed it forward, another 2 weeks or another month or whatever it was I did. Well, unbeknownst to me, I ended up creating 2 delivery schedules. So instead of changing the order, I guess I developed another order, and then 2 weeks later, or I get an alert saying your item has shipped. I get the alert that your item has shipped, and I'm like, what shipped? So I look, and it's the Black Rifle coffee, and I think, no. Well, it's too late now once it's shipped, and I went ahead and I found through trial and error that the fix is just usually a phone call or a text away or an email away, and I've gotten beautiful results by doing that. Beautiful customer service by doing that. All you got to do is ask. They either say yes they can or no they can't. So I found, and it's not easy to actually speak to a live person on Amazon, and I finally navigated my way through that. And then I told them what I did, and that I've got a shipment about to arrive, and I said I've still got half a box, of these Keurig pods, and they're like, oh, no problem. Don't send those back. Don't send the shipment back when you get them. Just go ahead and keep them, and we'll refund you. And I went, really? He said, yep, no problem. We'll take care of it for you. Glad to be of your service. And I was like, cha-ching. So I got another box of 84 for free. So now this time I went in and they canceled that order that I inadvertently created so that I, was back to being good to go. Well, I went back in now and changed now that I have coffee for the next 6 months. Um, I changed the delivery of the one order that I know that I have and pushed that forward another 3 months. So I think I'm good to go now. But you see, it's all it took was just a little bit of, a text message and a phone call, and, they're more than happy. Here's what I did here, just because I'm live streaming recently. And my wife, if she's listening, she can attest to this. I ran into, we've been using Amazon quite frequently. And so we're getting a lot of traffic in front of the house. A lot of vans and a lot of trucks. Well, I live on a dead end. It's not a cul-de-sac per se. It's not a round cul-de-sac. It's just a dead end. It dead ends right into the forest. So the asphalt just comes to an end into dirt. And it's protected wetlands after that. So there's really no way there is a way. There's no easy way for a vehicle to just do a loop and turn around. You've got to come straight, especially if you're big. And most of these delivery trucks are, bigger. UPS, Amazon, trash trucks, and they've learned to just pull in straight and then back all the way out, or back in and then pull out when they're done. Well, these delivery kids, I gotta say, they just don't know how to drive, and they're not comfortable turning around, and they're afraid to use driveways around here in New Jersey. It's like, California, you just pull into a driveway whenever you need to. If you got to turn around, you turn around. But everybody's afraid to upset each other, so they won't use, driveways. Well, I got to get out and tell them, please use my driveway, because you're pulling into my front yard into the grass, and they're using my grass to turn around. And all it's doing is just tearing it up and leaving ruts and divots, and it's just, balding that whole section. So I decided to complain, like I know how now, just a phone call or an email away. And I ended up having Amazon, I haven't yet to use it, but I had them email me and give me reimbursement. They just said, let me know how much it's going to be before when you get an estimate to repair that. Well, I ended up repairing it myself, but there you go, She was going to write me she said, is it going to be over $100? I said, I don't know. She says, well, just let me know. So all I got to do, I could just come up with a number if I wanted to, and have them send me $200 so I could buy new grass seed, or whatever it is I got to do. So again, it's just a phone call or an email away. All you got to do is just, and I found that I get great responses. Ask my wife, I've got so much from the Vint security system. I work with them in improving their app. Instead of being a complainer and giving them 1 star, and doing the social media routine, I just work with them, and they appreciate it. And then I have the webmasters contacting me via email saying, hey, what's exactly the problem you're having? And they'll sit there and work with me and have me do some tests for them. And because of that, they give me perks, free cameras, free this, and I'm like, voila. So yeah, that's my advice. Work with these people. They're trying to they're trying to make you happy, and you're the customer, so let them know what you want or what is wrong, and they'll work with you. Right, yeah, right. It was states chock full of nuts. Right. What was I going to say also? Along that line is, what was it? I had fishing. Speaking of fishing, I had when I first bought this kayak, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know my head from my butt, as far as how to outfit this kayak and the right way and the wrong way to do it. And it was a learning process. And I got into the do-it-yourself forums on Facebook and yada, yada, yada. And, asking lots of questions and making a lot of mistakes. Well, in the process, I was trying to figure out, how am I going to transport this kayak? So my thought was, I'm seeing all these pictures of people putting it on the roof and roof racks and, all this, everything that goes into, strapping something onto your roof. Well, this is a huge kayak. It's the largest of the kayaks. It's 14 feet. It's a tandem. It's made for two people. It's a bicycle built for two. But so it's 100 pounds bare, complete, with nothing on it. The way it comes out of the factory, I think it's 98 pounds or 99 pounds. So basically 100 pounds. And I got to put a 100-pound, 14-foot kayak on top of the roof of my SUV, the Lexus RX 350 that my wife had. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is going to be a task. Well, it was. And I almost ended up in the ER. Ended up jumping off the rooftop with the kayak come crashing to the ground, bouncing down the driveway. And me doing a tuck and roll in the front yard just to save myself. Well, I ended up learning a lesson that day, and I ended up going with a trailer. The trailer's the trick, especially with these larger kayaks. And I've never went back because it's just too easy with a trailer. Well, in the process of putting this kayak, figuring out how to put a kayak this big on my rooftop, they come up with these rollers, these bearing rollers that you put on the window, and they're suction cups, and you roll the bow of the kayak up on it, and then it gets on top of the rooftop, and you continue pushing it as the kayak's up arm's length, above your head now, and you're pushing 100 pounds along the rail racks on your, the luggage racks on your, on your vehicle. And I had a Chinese company. I ordered some from Amazon, and I had these rollers, these suction cup rollers on the back window, and they just weren't efficient enough for this large of a kayak. And I started coming up with all these brilliant stinking thinking ideas of other things that I thought would help, this roller in addition to this roller. So I write the company, and the Chinese company from, Shenzhen, China, contacts me via the message feature on Amazon and says, what exactly is it that you're trying to accomplish? And I told them. And then they said, can you send me a picture? Can you draw what it is that you're trying to do? So I did. I had some architecture drafting background in high school. So I put together a nice sketch, and they created what I wanted, and they gave it to me for free for me to try out and test. And if it was good to go and it worked out, and I could show them via pictures that it was something that they would want to market, they would reproduce it and put it on their website, or on Amazon as available to purchase. And I did that. And I never saw it available, go public. But they sent me a free, research and development sample. So again, it's just a phone call or an email away, and you can come up with some good, perks by doing that. Yeah, exactly. Oh, they got people come up with everything: electric winches, side mounts, dollies. I'm not dollies, like those what are those chairs called for the stair chairs? The electric ones, that go up the staircases. Oh, there's all kinds of things out there. But I always tell them, if you're going through that much to get your kayak on top of a car, I said, buy a trailer. I'm telling you, buy a trailer. Just go through the process, the DMV process. You pay $12 a year for the registration. I just paid it, $12. So Or maybe that's every 6 months, whatever, but it's nothing. And I just renewed it, and I'm waiting for my sticker to, actually the sticker is going to go on the side of my boat. Maybe that's what I renewed. That's right, it was the registration for the boat. Sorry. But same deal. Trailers, just same, just as cheap. And you don't have to, you don't have to kill yourself trying to put a 100-pound kayak on top of your car or SUV. You just back the trailer up, slide the kayak off, put it off to the side, get back in your car. I timed it 3 minutes. 3 minutes to launch my kayak. Once I get the trailer to the water, 3 minutes. Push the kayak off, slide it back to the shore, get in the car, drive it up to the parking lot, walk back. 3 minutes. The boaters would be happy with me. You get on, you get off. Much faster than mounting it on your rooftop with all the straps and the buckles and the winches and turnbuckles and pulleys, straps and knots. Although I do have to use straps, winches, or not winch, a hand mechanical rhino straps to secure it to the trailer, but it's only 2 feet off the ground or less. Doc, who's there? Jamie O. You're gonna need a ski lift or something one day. No, you're just gonna have to put your bed downstairs. Make sure it's downstairs. Yeah, poor Althea's dad, man. That was he got home after his brain surgery, and his whole all his kids, well, except for the sons and aunts, are nurses, so he was in good hands. And although he was in a hospital bed, and he was basically a stroke patient, he couldn't walk, he was paralyzed on the left side, and he lived downstairs in the sister's living room, in a hospital bed. Poor guy. And they had to shower him and lift him and all the above. I was part of that. And he ended up dying in the daughter's home. I was there. Got the phone call again, crying. Everybody's crying. I go running over to the sister's house, and Dad's taking his last breaths with everybody just, all nurses grieving over their dad. What a mess. But thank God Dad knew the Lord, that's for sure. He used to preach the word. Yep. That's the upside, the absolute upside of knowing for sure that when you take your last breath, you're going to have another opportunity to do this again. Amongst the tears that you're shedding, at least you know what he knew. You knew that he knew and understood and believed. Praise God as you're weeping, as opposed to somebody that denies it or refuses to believe. And then they go to their death and take their last breath. God forbid. It's too late at that point. You either believe or you don't. So it really is that simple. You either choose to believe or you don't. God forbid you don't. You don't want to be there in that position. That's for sure. Here, I'm smelling that perfume again right here. It's near. What in the world am I smelling? It is wafting over my face. Wow. I don't see it. All right, Fred. Jace! There he is. That's absolutely sad. That's for sure. All right, Fred. Thank you, bro. Have a good morning. Enjoy the rest of your coffee. We'll chat soon. Thanks for the clarification on the mics. I think I got it now. The mics and the MJs. What's up, Mr. Jace? You know, my eldest son's name is Jason, and that's what we call him, for short. Jace, when I get his attention. Jason, Jace. Is it your name also, by any chance? Same place. Wait, who's that? Oh, that's Jamie. Jamie, I'm in the same lake. It's called, speaking of Fred, the user that just left, this is Lake Fred. It really is. It's the name of this lake, Lake Fred. I didn't tell you that, Fred, but that's the name of this lake. And I'm using a frog, and I've actually got some good responses from it. I haven't gotten anything with it yet, but I had one over here that actually I had the camera kind of off-centered from me, and I didn't realize it, but I think it was pointing right at it when it exploded. So I think the user saw that. I'll have to review the footage later. But I thought I had him because he felt hooked up. And then as I started reeling it in, everything was loose. And then it got hung up again, and I thought, oh, I still got him. And it turned out to be hung up on a lily pad. But the explosion definitely wasn't a lily pad. Tail swipe, the whole thing. Matter of fact, I think I'll go back over there, since it's been a while since I did this area, and we'll see if there's anything hanging out still in this area. Ooh, did I just hear thunder? They said a 40% chance at 2 p.m. and it's already 7, so I don't really see any ominous thunder clouds in the distance or anything. Maybe it was just a motor or something. I'm in a kayak, Jamie. I thought you've been here, Jamie. Sorry if you haven't. This is a sit-on-top kayak, a 14-foot tandem, and I'm by myself. Even though it's a 2-person, I'm solo, and I've been solo in it for 7 years, basically. I take people out every now and then, but it's set up for me solo. Yeah. Let's see. That lily pad field that I got that strike was here. So let's see if anything is nearby. Right around here. Actually, it's more to the left, I think. But I'm going to continue. And then recast a little bit more to the left. On top of the lily pad, come off. Oh, he's coming up. Nothing. I'm going to go a little bit more to the left. There it is. Ooh, this is going to be a good one. If it's going to reveal anything. This is right where it happened. Right here. Come on. ants and devour it. Nope. Nada. Let me lower this thing a bit. It is New Jersey. It's an old cranberry bog from the history of this lake. And then they flooded it or let the natural springs. They dammed up the far end of it and then let the, I'm assuming that's how this formed, let the natural springs flood this area. It's not a very big dam. It's just like a 30 feet across and about, I don't know, 6 feet, 8 feet high down under the water. Looks like it's wood, and it just flows over the top of the wood barrier, the wood dam. And it's got a footbridge on top of it that kids, bicyclists, etc., pass over. How about you? Sorry, Jamie, whereabouts are you? What part of the world? What part of the United States? Okay, nothing there. Maybe I'm gonna relocate. Try a few more spots I haven't covered yet. You know, I knew a Jamie, or at least a lady that went by the name Jamie, and her last name started with an O. Well, apparently it started with an O, at least what I was told. The original spelling was apparently with an O, the Irish O, like the O'Langley, O'Sullivan, O'Meary, the O clan. Her name was Jacqueline, but they called her Jamie. You know, I haven't covered really, other than the Word of God earlier. I kind of elaborated on hope, the truth, and faith. I haven't talked about I said I was going to tell a paramedic story. I never did. I haven't really brought up the military other than what I used to do in the Navy. Just kind of mentioned that, but I haven't told any stories. I'm not convinced that something else doesn't want to hit this frog. It's like I'm looking, I'm searching, but I haven't found anything else yet. Something else is not wanting to take the bait, literally. Who's that? Vegas? Vegan. Actually, you know what? Describe fishing, and I'll prove my assumption if this is what I'm thinking. Why do you say fishing is cruel? I think I know, but let me see if you say the same thing that I'm thinking. Just kind of briefly describe what is it that is cruel, and then I'll elaborate. because I'm not disagreeing, but what I'm thinking is cruel also. You know, if you want to use the word cruel, I understand what you mean. Meaning it can be cruel on your patients. Or are you saying, oh, I think I know, because your name is vegan? Okay. I think I'm putting two and two together. Sorry. I need to pay attention to detail, and I'll be a little more privy to what you're referring to. Fishing is cruel. Gotcha. So, okay, we're on two different pages. I was thinking cruel, as in cruel on your patients, you know. And then I was going to elaborate and clarify something. But now I think I know. And now I'm kind of rolling my eyes like, oh no, here we go. We got a vegan in the house. Vegan is cruel. Gee, I wonder what you think about war. Or do I dare bring that up? And yet the cows, they're vegans, but yet you won't touch them. It's like, wait a minute, they're eating your favorite sustenance, and yet you won't eat them? If it wasn't for vegetation, a cow wouldn't be able to live. Praise God for vegetation. Right? We wouldn't be alive. We're definitely not a vegetable. We're a human. And we eat vegetables. Yeah, I said I wasn't going to go there, but you know, here again, I mentioned this earlier, and here's an example. And I'm asking the question almost rhetorically, meaning you don't have to answer it, but at the same time, it's like, no, I do want an answer. Is my question earlier, because somebody else came in with the name what was it, where you spoil somebody's fun? You like when you crash a party. What was it? What was his name? The screen name was Killjoy, and his comments were all geared towards his name. You know, all his comments were just troll type comments. You know, they were just related to doing exactly what the name, his username said, is to kill the joy. And here's another example. It's like, so people really do it? They actually, what do? Do you actually sit down like at night and with a pad of paper and you don't come up with ideas? Like, if I went online, or I could go online with a name of some vegan reference and then go around the social media and make comments related to my username. It's like, do kids, or maybe you're an adult, I don't know, do people really do that? And the next question is why? And I said, I hope you're monetized, or you're making revenue somehow off of this, because otherwise, what's the purpose? What's the purpose of, like, do you get, really, is it like a stimulus? I'm asking, I'm not trying to be facetious and, you know, get you upset. I'm like, what really is the reason behind doing that? And going around and then making comments related to your username. Is that like a rush? You know, some kind of an adrenaline to do that? Or what's the, I'm not getting it. Why do people do that? Yeah, remember Killjoy? He was here in earlier. Just finished it. Caught a bluegill, another catfish. You're going dark fishing later? Awesome. Well, you're out fishing me. Anybody want to elaborate on, why do, other than because they're idiots or because they're, and calling them names? It's like, no, I want to know how do you come up with it in the first place? Are kids really that bored that they figure, I got an idea. I'm going to come on as Killjoy and just kill the joy in as many live streams as I can. Or I'm going to come on as vegan. What was the name? I'm going to come in as the name. Hold on. Where'd he go? Oh, vegan engineer, and say fishing is cruel. Fact. Like, okay, and and then leave. I guess they just leave and then go on to another and try to get as many posts in as they can, as many channels as they can visit, and just leave comments. I guess maybe that's their advertising. Maybe they're up to it. Maybe somebody put them up to it, like to promote veganism. The more comments like that are made, maybe just one will, jump ship and become a vegan or something like that. I don't know. I'm guessing. I have no idea, because it never enters my mind to do that, and I don't know why, unless I'm trying to become monetized, like with this channel, just to see if I can do it. Maybe that's it. Maybe they just do it because just to do it. I don't know. Fishing is cruel. Fact. Thank God for fishing. You wouldn't be alive. Oh, that's right. You don't eat fish. Vegans don't eat fish either? What's the technical? Come on, some of you vegans out there. What's the technical definition of your kind? Is that an identifier also? when you check in, or when you fill out an application, do you identify as a vegan? Or do you identify as a female or a male or other? Or what do you identify as? A vegan? I asked somebody in the registration there at the hospital when my wife was having a procedure done. Or was it my wife? No, my son. Was it my son? Yeah. And I forgot what he was there for. And he, they were asking him, the lady behind the keyboard, the computer, and she's was he filling it out? I think maybe he was filling it out, and I was looking over his shoulder, and I said, it came to the, male, female one, and they had, I don't know how many selections to choose from, and I just started laughing, and I thought, wait a minute. I asked the lady, I looked her right in the eye, I said, what if I want to identify as a cheetah today? I said, what do I put? And she kind of lowered her head to hide her smile, and she goes, other. And I went, so you mean I could really identify as a cheetah? And she didn't say anything. She just kind of looked at me. And I thought, really? Yeah, just select other. I looked at my son, he looked at me, and I was like, okay. So now I'm wondering, is there a vegan selection on the which sex do you want to identify as part of the application? I'm neither. I'm a vegan. Oh, okay. So how does the DMV accommodate a vegan? Like, is there a special setup? I guess there wouldn't be. But how about a cheetah? What if you identified as a cheetah? How are you going to accommodate a cheetah in a driver's ed course? Or what about the market? Where's the Where's the cheetah section? How do I buy cheetah food? It's ridiculous. I'm doing this on purpose. But it's like, really? I'm a cheetah with 2 legs and I walk upright. So you don't have to make any accommodations for me. Yeah, I'm just rambling, obviously. Okay, let's, gotta be a creature. I'm gonna change my bait here because it's getting late. I only got another hour, 7:13, so just under an hour. Looks like the sun's already gone down, but technically it doesn't go down until 8:20, I think. But after this, I'm gonna change to my swim bait and do the same and relocate. Okay, that's that. That was a good session with the frog. I had some reaction. Big explosion, no production, but okay. Any cheetahs out there? Anybody identify other than a human? How about that? You know, any title, any identifiers? What do you call that again? Other than a human, like, you know, male, female, trans, you know, anything other than a person, a human being. Anybody out there identify other than a human being? Maybe an alien, or I don't know. What are the options out there now? What are some of the identifiers people use? Other than a human. Anybody? Well, you know what? I'm starting to see some bugs appear through the holes of my scupper holes, and they're not the same bugs that I got yesterday, or maybe they are, but I'm still not overwhelmed by them. If I start seeing that, I'm out of here. Because I can't have the infestation that I had yesterday. I'm going to start putting my stuff that I ain't using, that I'm not using, away, so I don't have to do this later. Okay, there's that. And the anchor line is up. I'm free. So I'm a man, Jamie said. So am I. High five. Yeah, I'm just curious. Topic of discussion. Any people out there that are like, you know, have their face pierced so that they look like a cat, or, you know, have their lips split or their tongue forked and identify as a snake, or, you know, I know that's out there. There's one guy that does a live stream that ends up being recommended, that I keep seeing, that it just looks so painful to even see him, but it's real. And he looks like a cross between a clown, and this isn't just coloring, these are tattoos. He looks like a clown and I'm not saying that, you know, to be hurtful. He does. He looks like a clown, but he's pierced beyond pierced. He's like an overly pierced clown. And when I see it, I'm like, ugh, ow, dude, how do you breathe? How do you eat? It's just like, wow, that's real. I mean, he lives that way. It's got to be uncomfortable. Wow. Okay. I'm here. I'm letting the wind, the little bit of wind, position me with the anchor trolley right smack in the middle of my beam. So I should be parallel with this lily pad section that I always come to. And I'll be able to fish both sides when I get there. Let's see. Oh. There we go. This is that swim bait. It's still top water. It still floats on top of the lily pads until it comes to the open water, and then it'll sink, and then the tail will swim through the water. So I'm just imitating an injured swim bait. Swimming it, letting it sink, raising it up, swimming it, letting it sink. Repeat and repeat. I miss seeing you on your late night show. Hoorah, Jamie. Yeah, I'm always struggling to get back, you know, on a normal human being schedule. And I succeeded here last night and this morning. And I woke up at 10 o'clock, which is early, you know, for me. I even asked my wife, did I sleep 12 hours? And then we crunched numbers and it was 10. And I went, but still, I said, I thought going to bed at 10 o'clock, you know, was going to enable me to wake up at 6. But she's like, no, you didn't go to bed at 10. You went to bed at midnight. And I went, no, it wasn't. It was 10. It was like 10:30. And then we looked at the time. I forgot that my friend from the Philippines called me on Messenger, and I ended up staying online with him up until midnight, somewhere around midnight. And I woke up at 10 in this morning, so it was 10 hours. So anyhow, I'm back. The wind has blown me, so now I can go right or left. Maybe I need to go down a little further, but I'll start out here. See if more than likely something will hit here shortly. That's typically, it's that time, and the right place. It's the right time, it's the right place. It's about time to slap your face. Does anybody remember that rhyme? I'll be 64 in August. Yep. That is correct. And yourself, Jamie? Retired, yes. You know, I haven't had my, because I've been in shallow water, but let me put the arm in the water and see what the water temperature is. Probably like 70, almost 74 degrees or in the water. That's my guess. Uh-oh, what do we got here? Anything? It's a snag. The lily pad stems under the water. I haven't either. I don't even know the stipulations for Medicare. So I got my own insurance, so I probably wouldn't qualify. Or my wife's insurance, so. That's if you not working anymore and you don't have any coverage, and then you're eligible for Medicare. Is that how you stay afloat medically? Again, I haven't gone there yet, so I don't know. I wonder where the big bass are hiding. I haven't found them yet. Actually, I found them early in the spring. Caught a 5-pound 1 ounce right over by the down pine tree over there, right off the shore. Hit the shore with actually this bait, this swim bait, and then dragged it off the shore into the water, and about 10 feet out, the behemoth latched himself onto it. 65. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So are you 65 or older? Sorry, did you tell me already? Jamie? And did you say earlier where you're from, or where you're in the U.S. if you're doing Medicare? Oh, cool. So that 900 is pretty much just in your bank account, and you have to manage it. But they just supplement your balance. It's what you get on a automatic deposit into your checking account, and just a $900 check gets deposited. Gloucester, Massachusetts, and working in Pensacola. So help me. Are you the Jamie that you'd already told me about, that has been working down in Florida? Okay, you must be, because you mentioned you like it when I was on my nighttime. Yeah, okay, got you. Sorry, Jamie, I'm bringing back memories. Gotcha. You know, imagine this. There's a city here in New Jersey called Gloucester County. And I ended up discovering that online when I was back in California, and it was the catalyst for me coming back here to the East Coast to keep my wife closer to her family. So a pastor actually at a church, Lighthouse Baptist Church in Gloucester County, I ended up liaisoning with him and becoming a director for a program. You remember the Reformers Unanimous program I used to talk about. I think I had a special live stream on Friday nights to that effect. And yeah, I was going to church up there, driving quite a distance to go to church. And then I started looking for real estate up there so that I could be closer, to the church and that program that I was directing on Friday nights. It didn't happen, but I did. There is rain coming. Holy moly. You know what? I brought my jacket only because they said the possibility was only going to be 45% at 2 p.m. And this looks heavier than 40%. This is dark. and that dark blackish gray from left to right, all the way. Matter of fact, it's got, what's that cloud? It's like a, I don't even know what that's called. The front of this storm is like a white cotton strip that lines this front. Ooh, look at that. Dude, I'm gonna get rained on. This is not, this looks lightning. Hold on a second. I gotta prepare like right now. This is coming really and forming really fast. This doesn't look good. These other clouds in just one layer in from that strip, I was like a line, like a almost like a disc. One level in from that disc all of a sudden made its appearance, and it looks like rain. It is striated and thick and cutting through it. Oh my gosh. Hold on. It doesn't look very big, like thick, like it's going to be done in less than 20 minutes, but you know what? Oh, I am sweating. This is going to be rain. See if I ain't right. If it doesn't rain, I'm going to feel like a fool, but I think I'm spot on here. This is rain. Oh, look at that giant spider. Get off. There's a daddy long leg exit. No big. Hold on. Get the vest back on. Got to put the hood on first. Stand by. Only the jacket hood, Gary. Only the jacket hood. Just so I can get my PFD back on. There we go. Okay. There we go. This is bizarre. Let me show you. Let me show you this. Look at this. See that white thin line right there? Goes all the way over. Look at that. Yes. That's why I'm saying this is ominous. This part right here especially. Right here. Look at this. Look at these clouds above it. That's what I'm saying. One layer in from that white line right there. Look at those. Look at that. That's like right over me, or coming right over me. But you see behind it, it's clear back here. But this formed like really fast. Look at that. From that side, all the way over to that side. Look at that. That don't look friendly, does it? And I'm out in the middle of the water. Oh my gosh, look at the lines. They're even more prominent. This is beautiful. This is awesome. That's bizarre. I've had some great footage though lately. You weren't here the other night when I was out in the pitch black of the night around 9 p.m. when a hole opened up in the sky and it just illuminated light, and it came down on the lake and cast the circle that was in the clouds down on the water. It was like a beam of light was just lighting up the lake, and I was out in pitch black. Well, we got to find out what this is going to do. This is like right over my head now. These are the lines. The white line is almost directly overhead. Look at that side. Wow, the camera always makes it look a little even worse than what it looks like for me. Oh, look over there. Now look. Oh my gosh, look at that. That even looks worse over there now. Holy Lord. Look through the trees. Look over the trees over there. You really really can't see that, but it's dark. It's gray and like becoming nighttime over there. The camera is actually illuminating it, making it look like more daytime, but where I'm at right now, it is dark. You can't tell, but okay, it's right over me, and I don't feel any wind. Really, nothing. Not even a drop of moisture has hit me yet, and it's right over me. And the wind has picked up. Here we go. 10 miles an hour right now. Okay, there's the wind. I have no hair, so I can't set my hair free. Okay, back to the action here. Okay, it's kind of passing over. There's the line. It's kind of past me now. Well, was I wrong about donning my rain jacket? Or, I mean, to be concerned? I don't think so. Now, see, it's kind of clearing up over here. You know, but over to my left, it's kind of thick over there still. But there's no moisture. All right, time to keep fishing here. I'm impressed by the weather. Whoa! Look at the light is playing with me. All right. See if I can hook into a monster or at least a fish, anything, before I have to get out of here. It is 7:35, so technically I have another hour, but I'm going to keep a close eye out and try to get out of here. Maybe I'll land at the launch at 8:30. I'm trying to avoid the bugs. I had a real heavy, I don't know if they're mayflies or whatever, the little white-winged small, and they cluster really bad, and they come up out of the water and they crawl up my scupper holes, that's the drain holes in the deck, and they just overwhelmed the whole boat, covered all my gear, covered me, and I did my best to wash them off before I got in the car, but I had to put all the gear in the car, and the whole car got covered, well, not covered, infested inside with these little white-winged bugs. And then I had to take everything out when I got home, put it in the front yard. I had to take all the mats out. I did my best, opened all the windows, cranked up the air. I needed to vacuum, but it was at night, so I didn't do that until the next morning, and then I cleaned the car out. And then when I got in today, even after doing that, the whole dashboard was covered in these dead white winged animals, whatever they were. So I don't want to do that again. President Trump would not allow you to be in a bad situation. What are you referring to? Sorry. Talking about Social Security, or what are we talking about? Medicaid? Or are you talking about the weather? I know I'm jumping around there with the subject. All right, Gary, get serious here. Look for something and get it on the boat. Come on. Now I want to take my jacket off because it's past. It's gone. And the rest of it's over there, so I'm not that concerned. you know what? I'm going to do it. I know it's, I just put this on, but it's not that windy. I'm really not overheating right at the moment, but you know what? There's really no reason to have this on. I got to do it. It comes with the territory. Such is fishing, right? All right. Get the sleeves out of the water. Okay. How long did that take? 30 seconds? Less than a minute. Am I all entangled? I believe I am. Okay. Oh, you heard I just read your comment before. You heard the wind picking up, yeah. I heard it too. Felt it. And there goes the bullfrogs. I have a good feeling about this section here. Something's going to come out of the lily pads into the open water and see my bait swim by. Come on. You know, don't know if you were here when the guy that came in, it was a vegetarian, vegan something. Were you here when he came in? If you were, the hell, I won't mention it because oh, now see that? Sounded like thunder. Right as I took my jacket off. Okay, nothing out here in the open water. Let me go a little. Oh, now it's raining. What? There's nothing. Okay, this ain't gonna last. It's like, wait a minute. Where did the water come from? Oh my gosh. Oh, that's bizarre. There just must be remnants of moisture because there's nothing after it. Okay. It's actually actively raining right now. Can't even really feel it, but okay. Come on. One more for the open water. Well, I have a theory behind the first rain, the first droplets that hit the water. And I've had some of my best fishing right now. So let's see if this thing holds true. My theory is that these rain droplets stimulate that in a fish in that it's feeding time, meaning any debris, bugs that are sitting on the water, pollen, dirt, etc., it's now being pushed down under the surface, and it's floating down. And so fish come to that. It's feeding time. It's like when my dad raised, the small freshwater fish growing up in the aquarium. As soon as he sprinkled that food on top of the water, the fish are all swimming up, and they're pecking the food out of the water as it drops. And so that's my theory as to why I've had some of the best fishing right when the rain starts to hit the water. Let's see what this produces. It's actually raining to the point of I need a jacket. Well, not that point, but that's what it's turning into. And yet it looks pretty clear up there. I mean, it's got some clouds, but oh my gosh. You hear it? You hear the rain. I just took my jacket off. Well, that's the I mean, it's properly raining. Anybody out there? Come in. Up. 0 people in the house. 0. Oh my gosh. And it's actually dumping. All right. That really made sense for me to take my jacket off. Well, you know what? Maybe that is coming this way. So, you know what? I'm going to have to shift gears again. Hate to do it, but I'm going to do it so I don't get too soaked. And we'll put the rain jacket back on, and then take it off, and put it back on, and take it off. Go through the drill here. Wait a minute. How did this go? We'll figure it out later. Come on. Oh my god. Damn cool. Alright, let's give my kayak a nice bath. All right. I spoke too soon. There we go. Let's see. Come on, fishing. Let's see what we're fishing right now. The phone's getting a little bit wet. Nothing. And now it's going to let up. Now it's going to stop. And that was that. And that was the rain. It came. I'm not going to say it went yet because that's what I said last time, and it started raining. Oh, there we go. Oh, we got a fish on. We had a fish on. Wow. That was right when it landed. Must have landed right on top of him. Okay, let's get something. Let's get some, as they say. Landed right on top of him. Let's find another. There comes the thunder. Boom. Where is it? Long distance away. Is it my time to go? Oh, here comes the rain again. Wow. Fish. Oh, we got off as well. Wow, this thing's not hooking up. I'm getting fish. Oh my gosh, what's wrong with my my hook setup here? It's not landing in his mouth. Or the hook isn't releasing. There goes some more lightning. Where's this rain coming from? Not even rain clouds like that. Oh. It's coming out to be a torrent. Look at it, it's raining. I'm getting soaked. And there's really not, quote, rain clouds in the sky, unquote. But it's coming down. Wow. I just took my jacket off because I was going to take it off because it stopped raining, and I decided, oh, maybe I better not. Okay, there's another cliff. Okay, here comes the fish alive during the rain. I was saying earlier, the fish come to the surface. There we go. He's pulling himself through the lily pad here. What do we got? It's got to be a pickerel because I haven't seen him jump once. Okay, here we go. And it's a pickerel. No, yeah, it is. Hold on. Got to get the pliers out because these guys are sharp. Stand by. Okay. I was thinking he was going to get off before I got a chance to unhook him here, but he's still hanging on. There we go. I'll show him real quick. So you know who he is. That chain whipper. And I'm going to release him here. I'm going to set everything stuff. There we go. Alright. Finally got something on the board. Not literally, but finally caught something. And I'm soaked. My pants are soaked. But they're quick dry. Everything's quick dry. Everything that I have on is quick dry. Shorts, pants, socks, neck gaiter. Except for the hat. Except for the Trump hat is not. There we go. Let's see if I can get another, hopefully a bass this time. And the rain has calmed down, but that's what it did last time, and then it picked back up and turned into a torrent. So quality's blurred, maybe because my camera is wet and I can't clarify it. Your eyeballs, your contacts aren't blurred? I mean, earlier, the plastic piece that I found where it goes. It goes to my phone holder here out on the kayak. So hopefully you didn't throw it away. Gosh, there's more thunder. Wow. Things cracking over there in the distance. It's to the south. Oh, now I got thunder right above my head. I better head home. Let's see what it does. If it continues to rain or if that was it. I'm soaked. I've got my pants are soaked. I didn't wear my bibs on purpose. It's too hot, too humid. And a 40% chance of rain. So much for that forecast. At 2 p.m. Here, I got another fish. There's another fish. What is this one? This is probably another pickerel. Get him out of the lily pads here. Hold on. I'm trying. There we go. Okay, we got a bass. I think it's a bass. Yeah, it's a bass. Okay, a little bigger bass this time, but nothing to scream home about or write home about. Okay, you see, it starts raining. What did I tell you? Little big-headed, small-tailed, largemouth bass. We can get rid of this guy. That was fun, pulling him up through the lily pads. So the rain starts and stops, and now I'm catching. So that's two, finally, instead of just hitting and missing. Let's see, same bait, music's still hanging on there, so I'll throw it again. The gig is up. There's another one. Oh, another. We're gonna get more fish here. I'm gonna. Up. It must have been a pickerel. See what he did to the tail? It's gone. It's gone. See that? Bass don't chomp and remove body parts. Can't say they don't, but that isn't their MO here. Pickerel, they shred whatever they put their mouth on because they got teeth. They got sharp teeth. Did you hear me about the little plastic piece that I found last night? It goes on my phone holder. Little plastic protection pad. Plastic pad that squeezes the sides of the phone. So see if you can find it on the table, and we'll be good to go. I'll put it back on. It's got some adhesive still on the pad itself and on the phone here, on the holder itself. It's got adhesive, so it should go right back on without any additional adhesive. Okay. Still raining, still getting soaked, and it's just kind of gray and unlit. Is that what you're? Oh my gosh! There's another light, another piece of light peering out of the clouds. Look at that! I wonder if that's the sundown. Hold on. Remember I said the other night it was in the pitch black, and all of a sudden a hole of light appeared in the clouds, and it can't. Well, you should see what's happening over here. Oh my gosh! I gotta get this. There's lightning. Look. In the distance there. See it? It might be the sun. But look at that. It's pelting rain. I'm in the middle of a downpour, and that appeared in the distance. Right there. Yeah, but it doesn't look like, it looks like yellow and sunset here, but the sun already has gone down. It goes down at 8:20, but it's already down below the tree line, and that is the sun. It might be the sun, but that's not the sun that you're looking at. It's a reflection off of something causing that. See what I mean? It is just gray and raining. Yes, oh it is. It's raining cats and dogs here too. As a matter of fact, I just stepped into a poodle. Yeah, you get the humor there, honey? Okay, more fishing. Hold on. Let's catch that other fish here. He's waiting to be hooked here. It's raining and the fish are alive. I'm telling you, this theory keeps proving itself over and over. You know what I should do? I should go over to the island. I'm going to do that. I am in the mood to catch something big. So I'm going to go over to the island and fish the hole, the deep hole, and that'll put me in position to get out of here because I'm not staying out here for the bugs. So I'm going to reel in my anchor. Stand by. Let me get pulled in here. Let me pull up the anchor, and I'm going to go skedaddle over there to the island. And there's the thunder, and hopefully I don't get hit by lightning. Well, I haven't done this since Link was out here with me, and we were actually witnessed a water spout form in the distance on the shoreline. That ain't gonna happen this time, but okay. Pull up my connecting. Sorry. I wasn't plugged in. Sorry, I went 0 again. Probably no viewers. Everybody got kicked out. It's raining. Sure. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna head over. Hopefully it's still raining when I get there. Everything's getting washed off. Everything's getting soaked. See if I can get over here. You notice there's nobody out here. It's like everybody would say, why in the world would I be out here? Because you're all by yourself and there's nobody. And the fishing is good. Little do they realize. Almost there. Almost there. Oh, and there's the lightning. Alrighty. There's the thunder. Alright, here we go. Coming up on the keyhole. Which way am I gonna fish? Upwind. Okay. Hold on. Stand by. Almost there. I'm here at the edge of the lily pads, right at the hole, and I'm gonna set the anchor. I think I'm gonna use my motor. All right, hold on. Oh no, why did that do that? It keeps doing that. I'm gonna get rain on the lens, so bear with me here. Okay, here we go. What's happening? Josh! Oh my gosh. Dude, I'm out in the middle of the storm. Hold on, stand by. I'm a little tangled up here. I'm in the middle of the downpour. Oh my gosh, and there's the lightning. But the fish are biting. And they're coming alive as I have theorized. And it's holding true. There's the thunder. Hold on. But I moved over to a different spot, hoping I can land into a monster. I call this the keyhole, because it's in the shape of like a keyhole. Here we go. This is where the big guys hang out, back down at the end of this hole, like 4 or 5 feet deep, compared to 1 and 2 feet where I just came from. And let's see if there's anything coming alive depths. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Something rear its head. Come on. Okay, I'm gonna stick to the edge. And I'm getting totally soaked. Supposed to be a 40% chance at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Nothing mentioned about later like this. And I am literally getting in the middle of a torrent with thunder and lightning. And I didn't bring any rain gear other than my jacket because, you know, the forecast. So I am totally soaked in my pants. And my upper is okay. But nothing, you know, it's not cold, it's humid and warm, so I'm good to go. Hold on. Other than the thunder and lightning, but been there, done that. See if I can get something to rear its head here over at this spot. I just hooked into a pickerel over there and a bass. I caught another bass earlier, so I'm not shut out. 3 for 3. Actually, I got a couple of hits on a frog that were pretty impressive, but nothing hooked up, so I'm like 3 for 5. What's still spinning on every channel? Sorry. Oh, that's Flesh Gordon. Gotcha. I thought it was another person that I knew. Oh, it's spinning on every channel, but not mine? Is that what you're saying? Nothing's over here. That's not good. I don't like this lull in activity. Come on. Come on. There's got to be something somewhere. You know, it's so hard to put words together and comments, you know, as to how to apply them, the context in which they're meant. Because I'm on one train of thought, you know, and then a sentence pops up and I read that and I try to associate it with what I just said, and it may not even be associated with what I just said. Oh no, what do I do? End up in the trees? No. Oh, it's gotta be a hook exposed or something. Get to, no, it's not. Oh. My phone keeps popping out of the holder because I'm missing a pad on the left side or the right side, depending on which way you're looking at it. Okay, nothing over here. Come on, Gary. Let's stay consistent, man. Stay consistent. What's going on? Come on now. Who is that? Sorry. Somebody just popped in. Don Trump's back. What's that, Bill? Well, you can see there's a little change of events here since you were in last. This ominous looking cloud formation came by and went over the top. I videoed it, thinking it was going to dump, so I donned the jacket. And there goes lightning. And there's the thunder, it's coming. And then it didn't rain. So I thought, well, imagine that. So I took it off, and as soon as I took it off, it started drizzling. I'm like, well, where's the rain clouds? There's no rain clouds above me. Well, then that drizzle turned into more rain, and then proper rain, and then it just wouldn't stop. And it's been this way for the last 15 minutes, and I've just been dumped on. So I had to don the jacket back on, and my pants are completely soaked. And it's still warm out, it's humid. And here I am. I just changed locations because the fish were hitting where I just left. I should have stayed there. And I caught, my largest bass from this hole. So I thought, well, I'm not going to miss the opportunity while the bite is on, and I'm going to move over here and look for the monsters. Well, I haven't got nothing, like not even a hint of a pickerel, So I'm still waiting for the production here. I got to keep an eye on my time. It's 8:15. Unfortunately, I'm gonna start heading back. The sunshine all of a sudden illuminated. You can probably see how kind of bizarre. I guess it's sunset right now, so it might be reflection from the sunset. But sunset's usually over there, but now it's illuminating this part of the sky. The rest of it is all dark and gray over here. And then as you go off to the west, the sky gets bright over here. So, all right, let me start heading in the right direction here, because I said I wasn't probably not gonna experience the bugs in this rain, but I'm not gonna. Oh, hold on, I'm stuck. Oh no, and I'm stuck up there now. Oh no, and there goes my bait. What just cut? I just cut my line, and now my bait's gone. Wait. Is it? No, it's not. What the heck? What in the? Oh no! Oh, it's in my. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! It's stuck in my trolling motor. It's in my trolling motor. Stand by, guys. I gotta. This is always work, and I'm gonna be drifting. I'm paying attention, and that's what I did. And I gotta undo the propeller. I got some work ahead of me here. Well, guys, you know what? I'm gonna officially say, as you were, I got a mess to take care of, and I got to get out of here. Thanks for coming, guys. Don't forget to like if you didn't already. Subscribe if you want. I'll be back another day soon. I'll see you then. See you guys later.